truce.
That like
In the likely event that our formation needs to be assembled, I will have our two swordsmen in the front. You, me, and Hannah will maintain the middle ground to some extent. Aslan, I ask that ye shall hold the back.
Understood. Definitely
Yes,
helps that
as-
that staff is
Whenever
gives me
you
a
are
better
ready,
chance
dear.
of casting barriers.
Excellent.
You will likely wake up
Since
first.
we'll have a lot of magic on our side, we will just simply need to take up a formation and then blast our enemies away. If an enemy gets overwhelmingly difficult to deal with,
Master Cafax.
one of
It's
us
actually
mages will fall into
the
place
first
and
time I
blast
see
them
you
away.
out of bed.
I agree.
Terribly sorry, I just realized that myself.
Now, today is very vital.
Indeed.
I just hope things go well today.
That's a good start.
Then,
Keep me in the front,
Recognize
and you'll
this
find out
place.
very quickly that we can get to that objective.
Oh, what's all this shouting outside? My head hurts. Oh.
Okay, of the Feywilds, though.
If it's anything like the realm of
blindly
dreams,
swinging at things.
Indeed. Especially the Feywild,
anything
it's
like the
difficult.
realm of dreams, it's definitely going to be tricky.
Like walking through a field
It's almost
of
like
magic
Demon
booby
Slayer.
traps.
Nightmare
Oh my
creating
head.
I saw him walking around with the same robe as yours.
What's all that shouting outside? Amity. Amity. Go to sleep in. We need to get you some more comfortable.
oh, right.
Oh.
Shall wait.
Make sure everything's alright upstairs.
Should we entertain him?
Mayhaps.
Alright, everybody, follow me directly to the magic circle.
May the movie guide us.
Right. Right, so we went into Califax. And followed everything up for them and I guess passed out after that and then some really weird fucking dreams. The hell is that? Let's hope they're not
Sizzle,
going
I
down
swear
the
to God, wake
tower.
me up. My back fucking hurts. At least I'm getting my core exercise in, you know?
Yeah. Halifax is up and around. That definitely means We succeeded on some level.
Sizzle, please.
Alright, well, if Halifax is going to be bringing anyone up here, let's go ahead and avoid the questions. Sorry. I was just wiping your face off.
Oh.
Amity, it's alright. Good morning.
Oh. Oh. Sorry.
I can only imagine your headache is much worse than mine. Here you go, Rag.
Not as
Some
bad as
water.
last
You, good.
Definitely.
That makes me happy. I was some
mushy in the head, you know.
amount of help. Well, she is definitely
Lots. How bad is it?
It's a word. So,
At least they did the
when
common
you,
courtesy of moving us a bit.
yeah.
At least shoving us to the side. How long have we been out?
Yes.
Or have I been out? When did you wake?
I've been up for like 5 minutes or so. I mean, it's still early day. Unless we both slept through a day. Probably half a night's sleep if that.
Sleep for a whole day. Where are the others? Did it work? Is he dead?
He's outside right now talking to some very large beast.
Really?
I shouldn't say that. Some very large person. Yeah, next
God,
to.
my back.
Here.
Oh. Thank you. Oh, wait, he's out here?
Yeah, he's well, he was just standing at the fork in his path right there, speaking to whatever that is.
More of a who, I'm sure. No.
So, when you do the whole pass out thing from the mind stuff, do you get crazy dreams?
Sometimes, yes.
Mm.
Yeah.
Well, I'm leaving that to you now.
Yeah. Thank you for your help, though. Certainly helped keep me awake, or at least conscious, long enough to handle things. Perhaps the others.
After yesterday's concoction of medicine and potions, I didn't want that to happen again.
No.
But yeah, if you're all cleaned up, we can just go head into town and see if maybe they're at the tavern.
Just food, I'm starving.
Yes.
And what of you? How do you feel? Aside from the headache, I assume.
Headache, groggy. That's about much as I can focus on right now. I guess hopeful is also a good thing. I mean, if Califax is out and running around now, that's one
Perhaps,
item crossed off our list.
yes, perhaps we should, speak with him and the others if we can find them, or perhaps Miss Sulphur. Remember, things sort of vaguely. What we saw in there. That simulacrum. It held the secrets all along.
Yeah, I
Last
didn't
place
see any of
we
that stuff.
checked.
I was
Oh.
Hmm.
Too busy focused on me, eh?
trying my best. I mean,
Mm.
not used to that kind of Right, so simulacrum. What is that? I think they've mentioned that before.
A theoretical, well, not so theoretical, construct of deceased individual's mind. A simulated being, a simulated consciousness. Not too unlike the, psycrystal shenanigans some have pulled in the past. But not quite the same, a bit more tangible, I think this one was. This was whatever his name was. Wizzacum.
That's
Wizzicam? Wizzicant. Perhaps? Maybe.
Wizzicant.
I don't know. Either way, I'm starving. Yeah, grab your things and let's look for a bite to eat.
Did John leave his sword? That's weird.
Oh, maybe? I don't know. I'm not quite sure how he and the others were faring after all of that.
Probably better than us.
Ooh, perhaps.
Oh, there's dusk.
Ugh. Ugh. Huh.
Oh, and Doctor.
Oh, yes. Really thank him for those potions. Excellent.
I'm not gonna say a lifesaver, but definitely, yes.
Probably.
My Torg always getting
Right
into
down the thick of things.
That's more.
Probably by
biggest,
like
strongest,
ghosts or
most
something.
armored
Or demons.
berserker around.
Or
Wraiths.
you worry
or-
for him mischief this, of course.
That's only natural.
There's a lot of words being thrown around, and I'm not sure I understand any of them.
I'm gonna
Good
get some
morning.
bread. Maybe some dried meat.
Food.
Morning.
Yes, food. Something heavy.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe those boiled oats would be nice.
Yes. Something to at least get this awful taste out of my mouth.
For too long, but nothing more that food and drink won't help clear up. Or a mana potion, really.
Ah.
Something of that
Califax?
nature will help with
Oh,
any
thank you.
fatigue you might encounter. If it ever fills up before a hallucination, you can bring it to me and I'll drain it, and you'll be able to continue using it as such. As it stands, until we know if there is still mutagen in your system from this troll, I am reluctant to cast magic upon you in case something wayward happens. If you can get it confirmed that there is no mutagen left in your system, we can start identification spells, scryings, things to see if
And
there
what
are.
of
Actually,
any
how long
magical
were we
what of
out?
that shadowy creature with horns
My
and like a
back
broken mass
hurts.
that lifted me up off my feet?
From what?
I can't be certain that was
Oh.
From
They propped her up against the
a
wall.
hallucination.
Describe it to a shadowy figure with horns and what?
Okay.
You might need to
It
get
looked like a
yourself
mask of
closer
sorts.
to
It
the
was
ground
broken.
yeah, a good bit.
It was all
Hmm.
I
black.
mean, if that's important to you.
Starry is how I
Just-
remember it.
I
But
feel-
then again, I was getting choked half to death.
Shorter than normal. I don't know. Yeah.
No, you're quite the height I recall you at.
I am.
Hmm.
There is something I can give you, but it would be
Yes.
The
difficult.
fact that you're still wearing
It
high
may
heel
be
combat
something that
boots.
we've seen around the island,
What? She likes to feel tall.
but
Fashion.
I was thinking you
Jeez.
splice together a horse and an elephant.
Yes.
Makes me more intimidating.
Hmm.
You think they'd be at the training ground?
it is difficult to say. If it is not
Of course.
a hallucination, it is this figure that has been seen around the island. It would be prudent of me to give you a scroll of sanctuary. If you have mutagen in your system, it would be ill-advised for me to give it to you. Make it your first priority to speak with one of the healers and get tested for any lingering mutagens. And once you come back to me with that
Alright,
answer,
so the
I can
question's
hand you
still out.
either I can either
How
hand
long
you
were
the
you
scroll of
I don't know. Where did you go?
protect you if this is
We were
this
at
shadowy
the
figure
towers.
essentially
Same
spells
place
seems to
we
be
were
effective
the
against
day
that.
before.
Protection-wise, at least. And if this is some sort of mystical affliction upon your mind, we can
Something
Dusk,
happened.
right?
Did
see to
you?
it. But
You're dusk, yes?
Yeah.
as it stands, that's all I can do for you.
Where do you go?
I'm doubting it now.
I appreciate it.
Who are you and what did you do with the real dust?
Forget something.
Are you a
Some of my
spy?
closer
So why
friends.
are you asking all these questions?
Thank you, my friend.
I'm trying to
If
figure
there's
out
anything
where
else
you
I can
even
do for you,
went.
please let me know. I'm around.
Well, the real Dusk would know.
You weren't in
Except
Aether
The assistance
yesterday.
to the island of Aether is
What is my favorite color?
We were most definitely in Aether. Who are you and what have you done with the
Off
real
to see the
Dusk?
doctor then. Thank you, friend.
You
a
weren't
fake
in
dusk.
Aether yesterday. You were gone all day.
my pleasure. May the fate
No,
lead us
we
be
were
kind.
most definitely in Aether.
Alright.
I woke up
May the
in a place that I
birds
won't tell
sing
you
your
because you're not the
name.
real Dusk.
There we
Interesting overhearing conversation.
You woke up
Maybe
in
she's
the
not real.
magistrate
Hold on.
tower. Yes, I know that.
Oh,
It is
shit,
good
she
to
has
see the
real.
both of you up and about.
That's what the tavern is for.
What?
Yes.
Did you
Thank
go
you.
somewhere and get your memories wiped for like the
What
last
are you on
one-
about?
24 hours?
You're the one who doesn't remember where we were and what we were.
I don't even know where you
helping with.
went. You weren't in Aether.
This is what happens when you
Yes, we were. We fell asleep, passed out.
We were most definitely.
Might
you have a
partially
10
be
minutes
Did you have a dream that you went somewhere?
might partially be
No.
my issue here, my fault here. I put a perception ward upon the both of you while you were resting, so no one would perceive your presence there.
Oh. How long were we out?
Nothing like a problem. It's
Yes,
more
that's
About-
seeing us, you know,
Okay.
land
I
over
believe
and
it was a full day.
some days.
Oh shit.
Oh. Well, that explains
Yes,
the
you
I
were.
was
feeling.
like, I didn't see you at all in Aether. That's why I didn't know where you went.
Well, he just told you.
Well, evidently we were
You know
invisible.
where we
You
were
were in the-
before
you were
we
in the
suddenly
tower.
disappeared. Did you not?
were
On the tables,
they
you
were
see
resting
rations,
within the magistrate's
lanterns,
tower.
fighting utensils, rope,
Yes.
and rooms.
Oh, that is a very large and strange-looking chicken. Oh my gosh.
You have any jewelry in those boxes?
That's a chocobo.
Do you look younger?
I believe it works at the agriculture
Yes.
guild.
There
Oh, it
are
works
many
here.
Look at them.
ways through which
Yeah,
the
it probably
work, or
helps
is it
out
like,
Mr.
maintain their
Right.
longevity.
The stuff you see here are the.
I've
Probably
recently reapplied
Transfer.
mine
Worthless metals, but
with the help
see.
of
Yes,
They're
we were
not
helping
raising
Califax,
things
just as we had been
uh,
the day before.
Right.
Electrum ones.
at the
Yes,
chest.
no, yes, Califax was fine.
Congratulations on
What?
regaining your
I will
focus.
warn ahead of time. Most of them are
Me too.
not made to
Alright,
actually handle magical
here's some bread.
weapons, so they are very much made for.
Enjoy.
Is that a chocobo?
That's fine.
That is a chocobo.
Gesundheit.
That'll be
That's
easy
right.
to introduce myself very much anyway. That's pretty.
That's fair.
That is a chocobo.
Just checking.
Distinct.
Double
Feedback
check
for
it
this one right
because-
here.
Extremely
Right,
nondescript.
so-
bird.
giant chicken.
Keep my name on that one.
Hello.
I'm assuming since you have magicked us away
Not many.
and you're up and about that,
You want some food?
Well,
how are you
everyone
today,
knows
Califax?
Well, I'm pretty sure if,
Yeah.
yeah, you know, if it was the other thing, then we would probably be dead.
I'll have to give us a ring or
Or locked
something.
up somewhere. Not
Most
sitting here
likely,
having
yes.
a pleasant conversation
Good luck with that, sir.
and questioning whether or not she's a
Thank you, mate.
mimic,
May I ride you
some sort of
into
spy.
battle? 'Cause I see you have a sword.
Did that one like split off via mitosis or
case,
something?
Just
Why are the two of
understand
them
that
now?
if you get it hurt, you might get in trouble with Bryant.
Fuck is my
Well, you see, she planted a fingernail in the ground. And over the last couple months, I've been growing over in the orchard. Orchard.
I'll go keep
Orchard? What
And then I finally matured.
Oh, no,
And
orchid is a flower.
they plucked me from the tree and
Orchid
Alright.
is
more like what do they call it when you put two plants together and try to make something weird?
Steward the guy.
I don't know, agricultural
Halifax, you're
mumbo
dying over
jumbo
there.
News for the both of
magic
you.
something.
No, he's not.
How
He's
dare you?
clearly alive and well, and
You
not
were. It sounded like you were dying.
a surprisingly old man. You actually look
What?
quite well, which is a very good thing. Preferable.
No, you're being.
You look
Yes,
great for
please.
your
What the
age.
fuck?
That's what
I
I'm
just said he
saying.
looks great.
That's what you should be saying.
He looks great for his age.
Thank you for the
Just as
validation,
I do.
fake Dusk.
You dropped
Wait,
the
this one's
over.
Dawn.
I don't.
This one must be Dawn.
Who are you?
Oh, that's Dawn. I'm Julia. And
Well, I know you two.
Dusk. That's grain.
Are you sure everyone's calling you Don now?
I.
yes, Dawn Snow. I did do this. And I'm very
do
proud of
realize
myself
the-
too.
You do realize the rain is spelled R-E-I-N.
Yeah.
You realize that's the first time it's ever been spelled out to me.
What you selling?
To be honest, I didn't know how to spell her name. either.
Anyways,
Rations, like,
But now I know.
jokes aside.
I thought perhaps
So
you
a
were
day in some of the
dawn,
nights.
like in the evening, you know, on a particularly stormy day.
By chance, at some point today, would we be able to look over that thing I was talking to you about yesterday?
Secrecy.
Oh, they know
Small
secrets have
special.
been revealed to me.
this is catnip.
So I need to reach
Oh,
back out to the one who created it.
snort. I see.
So not today, perhaps tomorrow,
This is
or
some
the
good
day after.
stuff. I'm in like another dimension.
So was it at
now.
least at evening, or
Don't make fun of him.
No.
Can I buy all of it?
Then
Evening what?
perhaps maybe we can
Sure, it's not a big statue, so. I
speak
think
of something
free
else
copper
then.
would be more
What?
Maybe a
What?
bit
What
later.
are you
Does the
on
question
now?
not make
What
sense?
question are you?
Let me go steal some copper really quick.
What?
Was it
No.
an evening what?
when you were born, how you got your name?
I don't remember.
I'll be right back. Just gotta.
It's been
relay a
200
message
years.
over
Do you
to
think
the
I would
computer.
remember how I got my name?
What? What? It's catnip.
Maybe.
Those are
Yeah.
cat drugs.
I mean, it's not bad for them, from what I understand. Then.
I don't know what you're looking at me for then.
That's what they always say.
Meow.
I mean, you're not wrong there.
Never mind. I'm sure the cat is a person.
That was a weird
Well then.
meow that I just heard as I walked away.
Given that you are not.
No, it was not a
you know,
meow. It was a person who said meow. That looks like a cat.
You do not appear to be actively dying.
Probably a druid.
I'm assuming the others were successful. And given that you're not trying to, you know, throw something at us, this means that we're okay.
You think he's Palpatine?
Left up here, right
Who?
up here. Hi, Damien. Perfect, right here.
Morning.
Very, you've got something
Oh,
stuck in
thanks.
your
We're having a
throat.
bit of trouble hearing you.
Yeah, you've got something caught in your throat, I think. We didn't fix everything. We've got to go back in.
It's a one-sided conversation. You have to ask him yes or no questions so he can shake his head.
Wait, did I leave anything inside there? Did I leave any of my daggers or maybe
I doubt it.
maybe one of my fists? Okay.
It'd be very awkward.
That fist.
That would be very awkward, yes. I had to go back in there and get in.
That brings up an interesting question, given your abilities. I'll save it for later.
Alright.
Do you have any sisters?
No. I
Brothers,
actually had
maybe?
one brother, but not a sister.
Was his name
Just a
Don
brother.
Snow?
Hello, sir.
No, it was
So
not.
I didn't get any copper, but I found this book in that house thing over there.
Pity.
I think it's worth something. It was on the desk.
Don Snow. It sounds like someone that would
That is our
send someone
member
around to collect the
roster
taxes.
that I
The
work
unofficial
on
taxes.
every once in a while
Maybe.
as I'm one of the secretaries there.
Yeah.
So you are
Don Snow.
excuse
It
me as
sounds
I
very
take this
official.
and make
You know
sure it's
nothing,
not
Don Snow.
lost.
That's awkward.
If you need to find people, there's most of them in the arena right now.
Ooh, good idea. I'll go check it out.
You know, for dating a librarian, I'm not very well read.
Good one. You
Maybe
definitely
that's what
still
she
have
likes.
something caught in your throat. And I don't know what it is.
Yes. Might want to, like, could be part of his beard, maybe? There's a lot of beard there.
It's a very nice beard, though. Must admit.
It is a nice beard, yes. Yeah, honestly, the dwarves would, even a dwarf would.
Yep.
And he fizzled out of existence.
No, he's doing the thing. You know,
Like
the
what
thing
you
that-
do, but a lot quieter. The
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah, like,
My shadow
Hello.
step is quiet.
it's away.
Oh, sorry, it was the other person that was a thing whenever they
Yes,
try to be
silver.
sneaky. No, I don't think it was sulfur. It was like someone who looked like Sin, but paler and not as good looking.
Vivaldi.
Ah, yes, Vivaldi.
Sure.
A very regal sounding name. I
If
quite
they do a
like it.
whoosh, then yes, that's who I'm speaking of.
Yes, they do. They're one of our neighbors back in the place that we're staying at.
Right. You say we slept for an entire day. It does not feel like it.
Mm-mm.
Feels like I've been running around beating the shit out of things for a whole day.
Probably
To be honest,
having
I
a
actually
dream
think
of
my
sorts.
back hurts more than my head, though. Must have gotten
Lucid
some
dreaming?
amount of sleep.
Possible. Why
Oh.
does every time there's a creature jumping in the fountain, I swear.
What the fuck? Oh yes, you're not wrong.
I've just
It's a weird looking creature.
If you need more water, there is a pond.
It's got a giant head but no eyes on
My
it.
body can form into the water. I appreciate you, brother, kinsman, cousin, family. You may share
It's kind
this
of
water
ugly,
with me.
like big worm.
Maybe in a
I don't like worms.
Like a xenomorph.
See who's around.
A what?
What? Xenomorphs? You not seen them? Quite monstrous creatures. All black, silky smooth
Sounds
skin.
like
There she goes, making shit up again. Can't believe it.
Raven's imagination.
Next she'll be saying that there's people that live on the other side of the coin. This place called the Umbral Sea.
It's a terrifying
keep my
kind of
mouth shut
concept,
on
but
that
something
one.
she would come up with.
I've already said it too much already.
Yes, you have.
Oh yes, that was the thing talking to Califax earlier. In front of the tower.
Oh. That is quite hideous.
And fairly large.
Yes. Be sure not to piss them off.
Just slides everywhere.
And there was a wall between me and it, so...
Well met, trader. I hope you are faring well with your business.
You know, if I could hear them right now, my first thought would be... Gods, that has to hurt your throat.
The door is wide open.
Sorry, not kinsman.
Can't hear shit.
I was so smelling my breath.
I can't hear shit.
cousin.
What are you
Even through
talking
the
about?
open door?
I can't hear
It
shit.
is Monday after all.
Yo, I got a gold piece. How much copper is that?
That's 100 copper.
Yeah, but that
He
is
looks
so
going
much.
rich.
Well, there's no longer a wall
Richer than
between
some
me and it.
people.
Alright, I'll take
Yes,
all the
there's food and drink in here.
Let me see if
And a couple people.
Can you
We're
guide
not
me
positive.
through? I don't want to knock over anything. I am blind, naturally. I cannot see or smell. Can you lead me in?
I'll come back.
I
for more
can't
if
smell.
run
You
out.
just sniffed.
Thank you.
Alright. Do you want to
I
have
can't
your
see.
knife back?
Only smell.
Yes, please.
Copper.
Well, that explains why you fell into the fountain earlier. You might want to stand behind a table.
Yay, thank
I am
you.
eldritch. Water is my birth.
Alright, careful, there's a ceiling above you. If you've got about 2 paces ahead, well, you have 1 pace. Then, quarter turn to the left. There you go, you can feel your way around now. Are you looking for something in particular here, or are you just crawling around inside of buildings that you don't know?
I am looking to make relations. I mean to be a trader in these
A lot of
realms.
singles do.
That's right, Dawn.
I was just about to go.
He's single and looking to mingle. They are.
He's a
It is.
trader.
What do you got for sale?
He's looking
Wait,
to
aren't you a-
trade.
I mean,
You're a trader too, and the court was looking for
A
you.
ranger.
As well. I am one of the last few remaining of my kind.
Rather.
Do you have anything that's too good to counter to magic?
It is a very sad story.
that's one of those things that I would have to like.
Do not worry. I know how I look.
See if I can find one of those crystals I did.
How do you know how you look?
Has actually made more.
I see with touch and smell of proportions. If you would allow me, may I feel your hand?
Have like a
I'm going to go ahead and pass on that one, dear.
Yeah.
make
Yes.
everything
What Dawn, would you like to
That's
hold
not a
her
shark.
hand?
resistant,
Perhaps.
maybe.
I read.
You know, I mean,
What the fuck is that thing?
I don't know.
Red carpentry with golden tertiary
Of
outline.
kinship to me. He is an eldritch abyssal.
Fine.
Nah, I'm done.
Nice
I'm
armor,
done with
Red.
the sea for now on. Thank you.
Cold
I was done before, but now I'm double done.
The lightning shall keep it
Until I'm forced to go back again because I left a lot of
I
stuff.
know how I look.
What? No.
I am
You look amazing.
horrifying.
With the materials they're made, but
I do not blame you.
Alright.
at the same time, though,
All right. Well, you guys
You
have
are not
fun with
horrifying.
my demons.
I've seen horrors far worse than you.
brother.
Honestly, I'm more concerned if you're accidentally slipping and landing on me than anything else.
No, I am careful. Now that I've felt the vicinity around me,
Why do you
I
have
can
borders?
gather a notion of where I am. I am of eldritch magic, unlike my kin, Dutchman and Hunter. I use magic, but magic
Also,
not
unlike your
as
kin, you're
you know.
alive.
I'm more thinking like a copper necklace, a silver necklace, a gold necklace. Like,
Yes.
what do you think would be a better material for getting enchanted?
You'll be breaking
I
down.
apologize for the interruption.
I think gold.
It is at this point, as you reach this part of the room, large person, that you stumble into a stool that has been moved without your knowing. In the way, there is a large crash and crunch as you trample this wooden stool beneath your feet.
Thanks, have a good day there, buddy. Right. Alright, well, do you have a golden one that doesn't have a cross on it? I'm not religious.
He would just kind of he would feel around for the broken pieces and kind of just like grab them, attempting to fix it with like a gluey substance from his making of eldritch magic. Just trying to fix what he broke the best he could.
As the necklace part.
Like a kite shield, heater shield, something like that.
I think it's a heater shield.
You got any crowns?
I have now regretted waking up.
Don't ever call me that ever again.
Rolling for...
How detailed
Yes.
is the shield? That's for me.
Are you
With an 11, you are able to
I mean,
slowly piece
beyond the
together the
obvious.
scraps of the stool and return it to a somewhat workable state with the magic binding it back together.
So it's pretty ornate, actually.
Well, that's gay enough for me to wear it. Sure. How much?
This one with, let's see. Actually, let me check the ledger here.
I didn't hear that. There's a wall between me and him.
But there's an open
Yes,
window.
but there's a giant gaping door.
And a window.
Okay, so this was made for enchanting, actually, so that's why it's like a.
Oh, I was over in the corner. I couldn't hear Garrick saying he's too gay for something. Sorry.
You might not want to step in that goopy stuff over there. I have no idea where he pulled it out from.
So yeah, a single gold.
Right, so how much is that? 10 gold?
Single. One
A single. Well, you know what?
Ugh,
Well, seeing
I think
how
I've hit my
economy
quota of the
here is
day
in
for
fucking shambles. I'll give you 10.
Crazy
Because,
shit.
You know,
Hmm.
fuck the economy. You know.
I still think I have some
You might possibly need that extra gold for the actual
light
enchanting
mischief I
process.
could get up to. Haven't quite
Matt,
had my fill yet.
It's
Let's
not
burn
in the
it.
I would
Especially
like
if
to
I
believe
was
that me giving you 9
asleep
extra
for an
gold would be a
entire day.
deficit for me, but I literally got like 100 gold the other day for like walking someone's cat. Like,
Okay,
the
yeah,
fuck?
that's fucking. Oh, you ran into a noble.
Where's
Why
that
are you
damn
keep
cat?
looking at me?
Nobles
I'm.
don't- nobles
Are you gonna
don't
throw more
understand
bread
how
at
big
me?
the
Well,
economy
hopefully my
works
voice has returned to
outside of
me.
them.
Well, since you mentioned it.
Yes,
They're so
you're
used
good.
to having like an income of 1,000 gold because of taxes.
yeah, it's fucked. The economy here is fucked. Yeah, well, either way, thanks for the necklace,
Welcome
mate.
back.
Have a good night.
It's sad. Thank you. Sadly, it seems as I returned, they've perished.
Right.
Ah, the duality of Aether.
One must fall so one can stand. How terrible.
Well, I was joking about the cat part.
But
For
to
you
answer
stand,
your
Aether had to go
I was
into.
actually gonna go walk that
Apex
cat.
Sulfur had to go into a coma.
to answer an
Yeah, no,
earlier
it wasn't
question,
that cat. That cat's a cunt.
Do I? Am I that
No,
hideous?
I was talking about how.
What?
I
Unless
don't.
maybe it was
I
you.
don't believe
Might have been
so.
you. Very
I was
scary.
I forget
The
who
whole
I did a thing
heterochromia
for.
thing
I did
going.
a thing for someone. I think it was the doc. But like I did like
Very
a very
spooky.
minute
But it
thing, and he
suits
paid
you.
me like
Heterochromia is
100 gold
scary.
for it. I'm like, what?
Just some, I
Yes,
suppose.
heterochromia is scary.
See,
Very
You know what, I
striking.
shouldn't ask that. The mundane can sometimes be incredibly superstitious.
It wasn't even that. It's just.
Hey, do you know who
Anyways, you were
handles
saying.
enchantments here? It's the Artisans Guild, right? Does the Artisans Guild do enchantments, or is that someone else?
I could see
you know, well, I don't know. I think it's more of a specific person you want.
Sorry, say again?
Oh, was saying,
didn't quite hear what you
as
said.
you were saying previously.
Maybe, I don't know.
Oh,
As
sorry.
background,
Terribly
different
sorry.
statements. Yeah, maybe. Well,
To answer
I'm
a
gonna
previous
enjoy
question
this
of
drink. It's
yours,
gonna taste an awful lot like Dr. Pepper real soon.
I am...
Good for you.
No,
Ah,
we
yeah,
are
good
not
for them.
enemies, as you implied. I owe you quite a great deal, nearly a life debt.
That's okay. I think I can
Without your
be well.
Without
with
your
this.
assistance, it is... Yes. Without your assistance, I'm quite candid to say I would not, well, be here today.
Well,
Or the assistance of the others.
well worth it, I hope. You see, in
Well, I
fact,
certainly have news you and your friend will find quite joyous, perhaps inspiring.
well, I could certainly use some good news.
Just in
as
time
well.
for them to return.
Oh,
Certainly good news. With the...
I guess I dozed off.
Yes, well, needless to say, I owe the both of you quite a great deal. And, well, now that I am able to fully step in to my role as steward of Aether, as an Archmage, I believe the both of you will be quite happy to know that this means that the College of Magi cannot have any official presence here. This is officially a safe haven for you.
well, that is certainly wonderful news.
Yes.
Considering one of them tried to abduct me about the time that you arrived.
Yes, I'm aware of their help, should we say.
Well, that
Though
is
I'm surprised that...
certainly.
How many, should I ask, know of this? I would hate to be the reason that such details are slipped to those who shouldn't
number.
know.
Say about 8 people in total. Roughly around there.
Well, anyone?
Well, obviously yourself, Miss Dusk here, Sulphur. I'm not sure about Calbonda, but even if he doesn't actually know, because we haven't specifically told him, I'm fairly certain he is, at this point, fully suspicious of us. So, something to perhaps clear up soon enough with perhaps you or Miss Sulphur, as I'd rather not bring his ill will upon us. I think, if anything, he was just happy that we were able to help. Let's see, Mr. John, Doctor, yes, Miss Venus, a young man by the name of Sin, and, yes, Kelly, one of your students.
Yes, I distinctly remember that she was one who introduced us in that way, but yes.
Yes.
Very well. Outside of them, outside of the names you have listed, no one else shall hear of it. Without your express permission.
Would generally prefer that, at least for now. Unless we bring more trouble upon our heads.
Yes, it is quite a... I'll be honest, I'm not sure how most of the council would even react to the knowledge of...
council?
Well, the truth, I should say. The Council of Archmages, I'm a member of this organization. We act as a sort of judiciary over the factions of magical renown, the College of Magi being one such faction.
I see.
We act as a neutral party
I see.
that other factions can bring their concerns and issues to for judiciary rulings. We work with the Tower of Purgation to enforce these rulings, but as such, there is a strict policy of neutrality. We cannot be influenced by these factions. And since Aether now is under the domain of myself, the Archmage of Soul Magic, it is out of the reach of the college. With my specific situation, they can neither make any direct dealings with me as an organization, nor can they set up any correspondence here. All ties and affiliations between them and I are cut.
I see. I suppose that is good news, I think. Sounds like it to me, at least.
Yes. It is the reason for which you will not have to worry about the College of Magi making any pursuits here.
What do you want? Anything? Is anything, Paul? What do you eat? Which should tell you, ever since the dawn of
That's definitely good news.
Yes, that is most certainly good news. As for other related lights, I'm certain there's a number of questions we could ask.
Yes, I'm sure there's no end of questions.
Yes.
There's no such burden.
I suppose you're feeling much better than you.
Though I must ask. Oh, certainly. Though I must ask, such questions occur privately.
Yes. Yes.
Of course.
I think for both of our interests, we can speak in the Magistrate's Tower.
Yes, well, I don't suppose...
Mind if I tag along? Because I would like to ask Miss Julia about the thing I talked to you about yesterday regarding the Underdark. Given her abilities, I would like to understand some
Oh,
things.
you read about the psi crystals. Yes, that again.
Yes.
See.
Yes, I must admit that is a field of which I am completely unlearned in. Its research was rather restricted, shall I say, even to my eyes. We can speak in the Magistrate's Tower.
Got it. 15 go for Actually, hang on.
Back to that. Okay, right. Back to the Magistrate's Tower.
Might as well set up a cot there.
Yes, quick answer.
So it's called the Astral Sea, and most seas have some form of liquid in it. Does that mean we can drink from the Astral Sea?
Nothing. No money at all.
What do you think
What
air
do you think the
behaves
weed
like?
is?
Coin on you. What do you have then? How do you live?
Looks like it's possible. It's possible, Red. We're gonna drink the Astral Sea. On the bucket
I want to
list.
watch them do this so bad.
I'm gonna jump off the island, I'm sure of it.
Oh, that would be rather entertaining because they'll simply be teleported to the edge of the entity's influence at the highestmost point, so they'll keep falling forever. Picking up speed ever rapidly.
Speedy thing go in, speedy thing come out.
Exactly such. I suppose, unless you would rather speak somewhere elsewhere, this is about as private as I can surmise.
No, I was definitely on your right.
Though I understand. Though I must understand there's some hesitance to return here after being asleep for almost over a day.
Oh.
It
Might
was
as well
over
set up a bed
nice.
here at the rate things are going.
Well, there are chairs upstairs at least.
Yeah, I do not wish to sleep under the stairs anymore.
Yes, come. There are proper seatings upstairs that you may all use.
Oh no. Is that the crazy person we have to kill?
Which
one? The one inside of Dusk. It's long story. Sure, it pertains to whatever happened yesterday. The talk.
Right.
One
That
thing at
hasn't
a
been brought
time.
up to you
What-
since you've woken up. It was brought up before you woke up.
I'll let you handle that conversation.
Some other day, I've already informed Kabanda about it.
Very well. Please take a seat. I'll simply.
Levitate.
Yes.
You do the silver thing.
It is a convenience, I will admit.
Yes. What is... What's on... Oh. I know how to operate a chair, don't worry. No, I'm not.
Suppose there are many questions you have for me.
Yes. A number of questions concerning, what happened during the schism. Yours and Verdundi's involvement in this, leading up towards the events of the fall of Evensong. Evensong is about the earliest thing I have any knowledge of. It's my family never saw fit to tell me much of it beyond this. So I have a number of questions. I actually don't know if you knew my mother and father. They were both mages in the college about the time that I suppose you were there. Not sure if it was before the schism or anything like that, but they were definitely mages there.
Evensong was the incident you speak of.
Yes.
Memory recalls correctly. It was about when I was 60, so over 7,700 years ago.
Yes.
Back then, sadly, I would need a full name of them if I were even to attempt to recall them.
Nightingales. Although, I'm not sure if they were, married at the time or anything. They're ancient history as far as I'm concerned, and I wasn't around for it.
It's not sure.
If you don't, it's nothing, but I happen to be looking for something.
Give me a moment.
Told was rather important. Wasn't sure if perhaps...
The name rings a bell, but I can't say I've ever personally met them. Though I have heard the name Nightingale at the college. Would not surprise me to hear that there were researchers, and the researchers who went through were,
Well...
Back then, there was still hope for what would be found in the Umbral Sea. A untapped trove of potential wonders, as we had hoped. Perhaps magics not yet learned, artifacts never yet beheld. I was cautioned about getting too publicly involved by my friend. I believe you have met or known him by this point, Whizzicus.
Oh, Whizzicus, that's what it was.
Whizzicus.
Yes. Yes, I could not quite remember the last part.
To me, I referred to him as Wisdom, but most would know him as Whizzicus, and that is how he would introduce himself. But Wisdom cautioned me from getting too publicly involved, and so I heeded his advice and only ever showed indirect support for the research into the Umbral Sea, into Evensong. Verdandi was much more public with his support. The event was a tragedy.
The fall.
No other words for it. Yes. Mine, to our collective knowledge, no one had survived. In fact, up until Kelly had introduced me to you, I'd been under the assumption that everyone had perished, that there were no survivors.
I see. I was told it was a secret kept, at least upon my return. Verdandi had informed me. The vigil, or at least before we were born, before they traversed to the Astral Sea, from the Astral Sea, they were working on a nexus. And this nexus
Yes, I was aware of that
became their escape. They got it working. However, the college was aware of this and took serious issue with their research, believing it too dangerous, and saw fit to stop it by all means necessary. As I understand it, they sent a group of elementalists to wipe out the city and try to destroy all evidence and record of their research.
Yes.
And disguising themselves.
Me and Verdandi were. Verdandi found me at a rather inopportune moment, but they had followed him to a location where I was at, conducting my own separate research into a spell that would become known as Elf's Blessing in the modern day. Apologies a moment. Ascending, it was rather loud. But suffice to say, my research was into a spell that would become Elf's Blessing. One of the many ways mages extend their lifespans nowadays. He delivered the news to me of the destruction of Evensong, not knowing that he'd been followed by some of the, I suppose, elementalists that were trying to destroy evidence on those who were actively supporting. It took him a great deal to cover up my support and the bodies of many elementalists who would have witnessed his speaking with me.
I see. Well,
my deepest condolences go to you.
I wasn't there, so hard for me to feel particularly bad about it. No,
tragedy nonetheless.
Our people, they traveled to the other side and began trying to re-establish themselves. When we were younger, it was mostly tense, moving from place to place, safe haven to safe haven, as we were able to establish them. But then, as far as I am aware, as we've gotten older, and those of us who were born there began to show signs of latent capabilities, psionics as you know them, they began to try to put us to work to try to make up for the lack of magic that was available on the other side. We'd only really been just getting by. As those of the first generation to be born, the Umbral Sea grew older, we began to take over, and those of the Vigil who had come from the Astral Sea originally focused more of their efforts on research and reconnaissance, so to speak. We started developing settlements now things are, well, not particularly stable, but those who are sent out to handle tasks, such as myself and Julia, we were tasked with keeping things safe, establishing orders, and, well, eventually I believe they wanted us to teach some of the younger children who are just only beginning to grow up, but it's been a long road, the point that we're at now. It was only within past, I'm not even quite sure how long it's been, that they started turning their eyes towards re-establishing contact with this side and trying to mend the rift that had been made between our people. Which is why I was sent the first time.
The first time?
Yes. This is my second foray into the astral sea. I arrived once before my, well, the elders, as we generally know them, those, the researchers, those who came from the astral sea, they began looking for suitable candidates to carry out a mission, one to try to make peace, and establish contact to try to show people that we still exist on the other side, and that though there have been grievances in the past, that we only wish to help, that we only wish to see prosperity for all our sakes. However, not long after my arrival, I came upon a handful of individuals that turned out to be mages of the college, and I told them who I was and where I came from, not realizing how foolish of a mistake that would be. They brought a number of individuals and came after me, and I ended up getting locked up for some time. I'm not sure for how long. They used some sort of magic and kept my mind suppressed, so I could not escape. It was Verdandi who helped me to escape the college, though, and return home. Was only, I think, a few months that I've been back again. Julia here has joined me, chasing after me as I... This time I was not exactly here under any sort of intent of a plan. I saw an opportunity to return and took it. We haven't quite mastered the means to travel back and forth just yet. Our scions do not know how to do that, and to build a nexus on the other side, we don't have the means for it, just as far as I'm aware.
Though we are a step closer.
Yes, with the condition of Oryx ETH, construction of new nexuses is, well, the best bet would be finding the mercant Sura's Sublime. And I'm not sure where their allegiances lie.
I'm not sure.
Other than that, you would need to find the mercant sorcerers of Sublime are a freelance, shall we say, organization of mages who have studied the nexuses in great detail. They act as sort of maintainers, as it were. They set up new nexuses, maintain old ones, fix any issues with them. Even though Oryx Eth, the Gold Dragon, is the one who set up the nexus, the nexus portals can be created by those who are skilled enough in certain areas and fields of magic. I've myself studied the nexuses, though I would always recommend someone who is more suitably specialized. Their construction is quite complicated and revolves around the use of traversing the ley lines themselves.
See. Well, that's the thing, is I don't know that there are any ley lines on the other side. Everything is relatively dead, so as to speak, as far as magic is concerned. It's a very, very valuable resource there. What scraps of magic is often fought over by different creatures, gather it up and hoard it for themselves where they can. It's a fuel, almost.
Yes, and if you were to build a nexus...
Yes, to
and
gather
if you were to
enough.
build a nexus, they would be able to
Not only
smell
would
that
it,
from a mile away.
would it be a beacon of power for them to hunger after. It would also take a lot more magic than as I understand it, that we possess on the other side right now.
I know that there is the creature known as a Rift Weaver that is able to prevent this issue with a
Yes.
rather brazen application of the will, as I've heard it called.
Yes, yes. Many names. The will.
Punching a hole through the coin. I've had to develop a similar technique to return Rift Weavers and the other, I suppose you would call them constructs?
Yes.
During the war.
Yes. Constructs controlled by the hunger. At least that's what we call it. Oh. Have you never heard of this before?
No, I must say, on this side of the coin, research into the Umbral ended with Evansol. The only person who continued researching it was a mage, the name of which escapes me again, who was responsible for ushering in a different group of Umbral during the war, that a coven, a order of moon druids of a certain grove had to deal with. We were too busy dealing with these constructs.
I see.
Reports are
second
vague at best.
Entity. I believe we've actually encountered this individual before as well. And the entity that is currently entangled with them. It's a very similar entity in concept, however, the hunger is far more powerful, the stage that it's gotten to. It has grown over the years. It controls these constructs.
The only entity of such nature I was aware of was... The reports from the druids were incredibly indecisive on what they would call the thing. It was either called the Nightmare or the Terror, and it was not agreed upon which was which.
Yes.
If they were two separate entities, if it was one entity with two names, it was very inconclusive.
Well, it seems to call itself both, from what we have seen. I've been hoping to help the individual who has been entangled with it. They fight for control of their body.
I suppose we are not speaking of Miss Tail Turner.
No. Well, Not of her, but there is a connection there as well. Miss Tails Turner is the one who
That
might have helped them to escape from where they
am-
were imprisoned. An accident.
Yes,
of
I
course,
was aware of the linking of a demi-plane through this accidental casting of a spell.
Yes.
Oh dear. It is worrisome, everything involved with it.
Yes.
You must understand on this side of the coin that the only other researcher into the Umbral Sea was a man who was, well, his name's lost to time by this point, even I don't remember it, but he's known as the Mad King, and we had to slay him during the second invasion that happened recently.
Oh.
He was the only one who was in possession of an item that could help Oryx Ethos properly seal the nexuses.
I see.
It seemed the goal of the umbral creatures was to capture the nexus, which would allow them to potentially go anywhere that there was a nexus point. The proliferation of such would have been uncontrollable.
Yes. Well, these constructs, as you called them before, yes, but we refer to them as well, constructs controlled by the hunger. The hunger is a similar entity to the terror. We don't really understand what it is, but it exerts a level of control and power over its surroundings that I don't believe is comparable to anything we have ever seen anywhere else. And unfortunately, its power is continuing to grow. I believe soon it may engulf this side and ours. This is why we needed help. We need to establish communications. We need to establish a means to traverse back and forth. And most importantly, we need to unite both sides. Otherwise, one will most definitely fall.
The first of many obstacles you will face is, sadly, the Council. Though I can assist you with that, to the extent we shall see. As it stands, currently on this side of the coin, the Tower of Purgation has authority to capture any umbrals for containment. They're considered an existential threat to magic. This is, of course, under the assumption of the Council that those constructs were the only umbrals that would come through.
There's
Umbral
definitely a lot more than
humans
those.
are completely unheard of.
Humans and plenty of other
There's a lot
races.
more than humans.
And far more
The
than
concept
just
as such was
sentient
completely
beings.
to us completely unheard of.
Yes, well, there's plenty of creatures as well. I believe there's someone down the
Explains why they don't know the difference between the hunger and everyone else. They can only assume it's the hunger because it's the only thing that's
This is a
been
really bad idea.
I don't know what you're talking about. It's a genius
invading.
idea.
Probably. Hello,
Yes?
Califax. So
we tell them of the
me and my compatriot here are planning
hunger's will to
mount
end the
an
world.
expedition into the Astral Sea probably tomorrow. Should we be aware of anything we should equip ourselves with before we go forth on such a daring escapade?
So you must understand you are
weapons,
currently
potions.
in the Astral Sea. I believe you're referring to the elemental plane of mind.
Is that out there?
Maybe?
Oh, that out. If you're going out in a sky vessel into the Astral Sea, all you need to be aware of are leviathans, various large carnivorous skyfish like flying sharks,
My fish.
various whales.
Well, I mean,
Pirates are ever present.
I wouldn't even think they would have
so
those
nothing too
here.
bad. So we don't need to like
I mean, I've
wear
seen them in
special
the-
runes of breathing or anything.
No, you can breathe, and it's
Other side of
simply
the
an endless
coin.
sky above an endless ocean.
And out there is where the weave
Endless
is, right?
ocean. All right. So if we go down, wait, hold on. Is the liquid up or down?
Down. In the direction
Down.
of gravity.
Okay. So we go down. All right.
I'm sorry, did you say you are looking for the weave?
Well, you said the weave was the liquid, right?
The weave is the ever-present metaphysical construction of magic everywhere, ever-present.
Okay, so it's not the liquid. All right. So we're not drinking the weave. We're just drinking the water at the bottom. Okay.
Okay.
If you're trying to go down to the ocean to drink seawater, I believe I've given you all the warnings that could possibly help you, other than drinking seawater will kill you.
Sounds good to me, boss. Right?
Alright, so we just go down.
Yeah, we're just going down. All right. Well, let's go drink seawater.
Yeah.
I already regret my position as magistrate. That was quick, 2 days. I thought I'd have more time before I began to regret this, accepting this position from Morgan.
People seem.
Yes.
A thing that I have noted here, being stupid doesn't immediately get you killed.
There is something to be said about the ever-present entity that protects this island, keeping people's stupidity from causing them too much consequence.
Yes.
But outside of this island, there is no excuse.
Yes, but even then, it seems that people have a certain way of surviving here, even through the dumbest of decisions. Regardless, yes.
Oh, speaking
I
of
understand
dumb
the
decisions, I'm sorry, but
council-
as steward, I must say, you are forever banned from providing Calbanda any psi crystals after his incident.
What did...
More so,
That's
he is
not my
banned from
fault.
ever receiving them. It's not your fault, but I
Right,
don't want him
so-
to have the opportunity to have another incident.
It was entirely on him. I gave it to Kelly.
It is.
And I tried to explain that it was just a rough crystal to show them. But no, Calabash was like, I'm going to shove magic or whatever in it and throw it
Kelly
outside and
is
try to
a-
kill people.
Kelly is little more than a toddler. I can speak with her, but Calbanda is old enough to know the consequences.
Right, so it's his problem, not mine.
Exactly. I'm just
He has a point.
saying you
Right, I
cannot
will not-
provide him. Yes,
I will not
please do
hand
not
the
provide
giant
him any
red
more such
dragon
crystals.
any more crystals. Understood.
Thank you. That's all. You can't be trusted with them. It's simply that simple.
But, yes,
He was very excited to
convincing
do
the council would be an important step
Yes.
in achieving our goals.
Yes,
Try to
revealing to them.
At least, help
We'd have to
prepare
reveal
people.
to them a few things. One of all, that the cover-up of the college even existed. Was that the council is not aware of Evansong. Was that the council was not affiliated with the college before their ascensions.
This makes sense. How,
It was a very well-kept secret.
yes, how would you suggest we go about trying to convince this council?
Well, the Council of Archmages normally has a vote on magical concerns brought to it at once every 1,000 years. However, other members can bring issues of emergence to the council for vote. If lead action is required, it would probably have to be something I bring forward to the council, but this would require quite a few things that you would have to agree with before I would even do it. One, we would have to, well, reveal the secret of Evensong to the council, which the repercussions could be major. There are not many sources that have that information that are still alive. It would most certainly put Verdandi at risk. And yourself.
Yes. Oh, that
We would also
sort
have
of a
to
given.
reveal your existence. Yes. As, well, it would be the summary proof that we need to redefine what it means for an umbral to exist.
Yes, I
The term
hate how
seems
people
rather...
tend to... a bit insensitive with the way most people like to use it. Yes, I do agree.
The common knowledge is that the only thing that comes from the Umbral Sea are those constructs. I can't blame them.
A wide variety of creatures,
So-
but the constructs do show up quite a lot. I can't blame them.
Yeah, so we're going to need to... I suppose one of the most important things is we're going to need a lot of... Well, your account would be quite useful in experiences of what it is like in the Umbral Sea. The various creatures that are going to be now having to be categorized as to
Well, we can
help
most certainly help with
define
that.
what is a threat and what isn't.
Yes.
That would be your part of this.
Most everything, quite frankly.
Yes.
This is
The
a
largest
rather simple
issue-
task compared to the others.
Yes, the largest issue that is going to take probably the longest is convincing a majority of the council outside of session that this vote should be going a certain way and not the other. Understand that if the vote fails, your revelation as Umbral-born humans, if we fail to get enough votes and the status quo does not change, you would immediately have to either submit to the Tower of Purgation or be confined to Aether or the domain of another Archmage, which would be a separate vote of which Archmage you would even be able to remain under. It is a risky gambit.
Risky,
So, potentially convincing a majority of the council before session is our easiest plan. The safest course. Once the vote has been passed and the council changes its opinion in that way, the next step would be quite simple, I suppose, setting up an embassy. Aether would be the easiest place to do it. As part of my domain as an Archmage, it's a place of guaranteed neutrality. It would be included in the vote, perhaps, even.
I see. This seems reasonable
It
enough.
would be a protected area. An embassy would be
Sounds-
protected by both.
It'd be lovely, but... You were present during the war.
Qualities ascending.
I mean, embassy would be nice, but first, being able to at least communicate back home would be rather necessary.
Yes.
I was just doing small talk while he's taking care of important matters. I'm assuming they found some adventurers passed out on a beach somewhere from dehydration. Though I honestly don't know if I heard that or not. Never mind.
Sorry about that. Someone was trying to mix disease and healing magic and almost destroyed themselves and everyone around them. Anyway, that's settled.
Oh. Okay.
They've been advised against such things. It has been handled.
That is good. I'll keep that in mind. Never let someone do that. But yes, you were present during the war, so I thought perhaps it wise to ask. During the war, did you or any of the other mages find the means to communicate with others on the other side while they were present there, while not being there themselves?
I was not involved in the research of that discovery. I know we had special sending stones that we used in case there was ever someone trapped on the other side, but it was largely assumed them dead. My research with my team was into the development of Shadowbane magic. The mimicry of Riftweavers the way Riftweavers applied the will was studied and replicated by my team.
Oh,
replicated?
Yes, and perhaps another
the use of
point to make.
Yes, the use of soul magic to warp the coin, puncturing a hole back to banish from the Astral Sea back to the Umbral Sea.
Yes. This was,
It is
something we've been looking into
incredibly
as well.
difficult magic to... It is incredibly difficult magic to practice, and its consequences are great should it be failed. But to fundamentally describe it, it is using my connection or mage's connection to the weave to... The application of one's will is how one applies a spell, casts a spell, similar to how the application of will is used in psionics. However, the weave is a metaphysical construct that exists outside of one's psionic ability, to my understanding.
As I understand it, yes.
The weave can be grabbed. The weave can be grabbed in this way and moved. One must pull and twist and push and tear until the coin itself gives way, using the weave as a sort of pry bar. That is Shadowbane magic. It is incredibly dangerous for an untrained mage to attempt it. To my knowledge, I am the only mage still capable of Shadow Bane magic, who remains alive to this day.
See. Miss Sulphur had mentioned it before and talked about her research into it as well.
Yes, I've been trying to teach her. Most certainly, this occurred back when the threat was present, since the hunger, as you call it, has not been actively invading since it was repelled. I did not see reason to continue her training because of how poorly it went. On her first cast, she bit off more than she could chew and almost blasted her own arm off and had it banished to the Umbral Sea.
I see. Well, in this regard, we have similarly faced challenge on the other side. Obviously, our scions cannot rely on similar methods, nor can we rely on a nexus. Our goal was to one day attempt to capture a Riftweaver and try to extract its secrets, try to mimic what it does, as it possesses the same sort of connection that we do. So in theory, if one was to try to mimic what it was doing, perhaps this would allow a means for us to freely traverse back and forth. And until recently we had been unsuccessful, and unfortunately to capture a Riftweaver we would need to be able to spend the manpower to do so, which was not often, especially given the constructs and other creatures that would often protect them. Require far more scions than we were able to spare at the time. Until just a few days ago, actually. Our little group, if you want to call them that, Miss Kelly and her friends, we have been, how would you put it? Helping different groups wherever we can, and clearing out the hunger's influence, Miss Julia and I, as we've been able to. However, more recently, we've also been assisting an order of paladins and clerics known as the Order of Light. They have been fighting the hunger for, well, about as long as I believe the Vigil has. In fact, I have a suspicion that perhaps the two have worked together in the past before the fall of Evensong. I cannot confirm that yet. That being said, we went to go look for one of their Grandmaster. He had left to go and help a settlement and, how would you say, hadn't returned for some time. Yes, they were growing rather worried about his safety, and we ended up tracking him down and found a swamp that had been more or less turned. It was strange. It was almost like home. It had been warped, if you will. Changed to almost that of what you would find in the Umbral Sea. And by my reckoning, this had been going on for at least a few thousand years. A Riftweaver had been stuck there. Trapped. However, it was very, very old Riftweaver. It had been more or less locals in the nearby towns, they avoided the place, but those who were foolish enough to step foot into the swamps, to test their bravery, would likely find themselves assaulted and killed and had their essence pulled from them. And their corpses put to use by the Weaver, or the other constructs that were there, reanimated to protect it. We fought some of the creatures and constructs that were there, and managed to hunt down the Weaver. And with the help of the others, I was able to extract knowledge of rift weaving from it. I haven't had a chance to really sit and think on it and attempt anything just yet. As soon as we had returned to Aether, we were told of your condition and rushed to try to help as quickly as we could. But if we can't make contact with those on the other side, we at least need to be able to travel back and forth to them. They are in danger just as much as the Astral Sea is. I'm sorry?
I don't know how it... one thing to be concerned of, something I should bring to your attention. I'm not sure if this is the same with how the Rift Weavers travel and open the portals, but I cannot control where Shadowbane magic sends something. It simply travels along the path of least resistance through the coin.
Well, if the
Something
hunger
for you to keep in mind as you study this.
The hunger has been able to make use of these Rift Weavers and their capabilities for quite some time to directly assault different locations with what would seem some level of accuracy, so I can only assume that it must be possible.
Certainly, just something to keep in mind amongst the first tests. You may not be able to control where you end up, or what, or where the portal appears upon the Umbral Sea. I can't say that for certain, but certainly something to keep in mind, prepare for, in case you open a rift and, I don't know, some creature comes out that you weren't expecting.
It would be rather unfortunate, yes. Aside from opening them, our hope is also to try and use this information to close them. At least do so more efficiently. It's always been a struggle for us to try to close them to try and protect this side, and ours.
Yes, and Shadowbane magic I can't say is much better. Comparatively, I should assume.
Yes. No. I would bring this up. Any sort of
yes.
knowledge you might be able to offer might make the difference between success or failure. I truly don't know yet.
I may be able to also speak with the Warden, though I'm not sure how discreetly I could do this, and see if he cannot provide any records of his inmates. I know a number of Umbrals were recently captured. They're Umbral constructs, I should say.
The constructs.
I don't know if they would have a Rift Weaver amongst them.
Oh, I've got a Rift
If
Weaver then,
perhaps.
perhaps.
more information for you to glean, perhaps. Though
Yes.
that would be a movement quite seeable. Perhaps something to explore after we begin trying to convince the council. I'm already sure of 2 that I could convince. Out of the prospective several that would be needed for a majority vote, it's not enough, but it's a start. Yaga is one I am close with, a ex-wife of mine. We see eye to eye on most things.
Oh, I believe we've met
And
her.
Orindale.
Hmm.
Oh. And you've surely seen how agreeable she can be.
She seemed it, yes.
Yaga is a master of spell weaving and as undyingly curious as I am. The opportunity for any kind of learning is more than enough to convince her of something like this. Pursuit of knowledge.
Of course.
Orindale is a protege of mine, the Archmage of Creation Magic. Up until recently, his position as Magistrate of Redwall is something he's still milling over, but he is also one who is...
Another Archmage I've
he
actually
works
met
with
and spoken with. He's aware of our secret and is quite agreeable
an
to
ally
it.
of...
Yes, he helped us escape. And,
Yes, and he is an ally.
Yes. College sent a number of mages snooping around Redwall. He warned us ahead of time and helped us get out before it came too late.
I, of course, would extend any such warning to you as well.
We would certainly appreciate
He
it.
works with me and Verdandi on certain goals. Sadly, Verdandi is not a head mage, or archmage. But I could, I believe, reasonably convince Karin, the Archmage of Death, as well. He is a very... Though I disagree with his method of longevity, he has a very high regard for the sanctity of certain magics. I believe it would be easy to convince him.
No, I am here on official business, and Lord California...
Main troubles I think we'll have are perhaps the Archmage of Order.
No.
They are very set in their way, slow to act. It takes a lot of convincing. They would be one of our largest obstacles.
See.
Master Califax?
I know they didn't just call me Lord.
Magistrate.
I corrected myself to say master.
Yes.
Good day. I
I win.
brought to you
How you
some
doing?
evidence that is involving the grave robbery that was happening in Redwall, and I was hoping to see if we could help bring to justice the people who perpetrated the crime.
I still must speak with Orindale on if this justice will take place in Aether or Redwall. Though I will happily look over the evidence, if you have a copy of it.
I do. It's all in this book right here.
When I have a free moment, I will speak with Orindale and look over this. Sadly,
You still
I
thinking
have
about getting on?
occupied in a conversation of
Hi,
importance.
Paige. Also,
Though this is on the list.
I need to retie my hair
You are
again.
quite all right. May the Fate Weavers be kind to you, and hopefully we can get this sorted quickly.
Thank you very much, Califrax. Lord
Yes.
Califrex.
I am not a lord. I am the steward of Aether. I also don't really like that term either. I am simply Archmage.
Archmage Califrex. I'll keep that
I
in
shall
mind.
correct
Thank you.
myself in the future.
Of course. The two of you are dismissed if you have nothing more to impart, but I must return to my
Thank you.
conversation of import.
Have a good day.
You as well. May the Fate Weavers be kind, as I said.
Hi.
Ah, yes.
All right.
We didn't get the information.
Ever busy.
But that's fine.
But
We have done it.
it'll take some time, but I'm confident that I'll be able to get a majority on the vote. I'll of course keep you posted on and updated on this, so that you're aware of when perhaps the best chance to move is on this.
Of course, and anything that we can do to assist in this, would want to see that it is
As I said,
taken care of.
a bestiary of sorts, or an Encyclopedia Umbrica would be good, I suppose.
Well, I suppose we do have record of a number of different creatures, as well as knowledge on the constructs themselves. Fortunately, we didn't bring any books with us. Otherwise, I would be more than happy to speak with the
It would
elders and
most
see
certainly
if
be from.
books could be
I suppose our best bet will
borrowed from
be
the libraries.
perhaps from experience.
I see.
Take down notes of what we've seen.
Yes,
Yes.
what you know,
Sample
what you've
we
seen.
can think of.
I believe Miss Sulphur already does have a good deal of information, not necessarily just on the creatures, but also a bit of information on psionics itself that I had shared with her in exchange for not doing anything out of the ordinary to us. He became aware of
Yes.
our origins and reasons for being here, and though she did not find them disagreeable, she was quite insistent that we talk with her on these sorts of
I
things.
cannot tell if it is. I'm not sure if this is foresight on her part or recklessly buttling into danger again. Had anyone of the college or the Fate Weavers forbid the warden found out she had such writings, she would have been put in the Tower of Purgation. Research into the Umbral Sea is also currently restricted,
Yes, I warned her as
and
such.
I was in
and
no
she-
position to vouch for her.
Yes, yes. He had spoken as much to this.
You're very lucky no one has caught on to that shouldn't, that such thick writings are in existence.
Yes. Well,
Should anyone question, they... Going forward, should there be any cases where it seems you two are in danger of being revealed, caught, and there is no escape of hiding your identities, your origin, or this information, you can safely say that you are under the surveillance of the Archmage of Soul, myself. This is good enough of a buffer that it should red tape anything that would try to abduct you. The College of Magi, unless they're returning to underhanded ways, and honestly, it doesn't surprise me should they be clandestine in nature again.
they may have. As I had mentioned before, maybe a week or two ago, there was an incident where I found myself suddenly disappearing and reappearing elsewhere. A tower of a sort. It was very dark and see mountains off in the distance, but there were a number of mages there, and I believe they attempted to murder me. believe them
Is
to
a
have been
similar thing
mages
I've
at the
heard
college.
the experience of John.
I believe so, perhaps. All I know is
Then there
I
was
appeared
also-
somewhere. They started shouting, and they started throwing balls of fire at me, which I did not particularly appreciate it.
Wait.
But what was
Sadly-
more worrisome was the scrying afterwards.
Yes. I am absolutely certain at this point that the college is aware of at least my presence here, though we've tried to be cautious to make certain that they're not aware that there are two of us presently here.
And for Dandy,
Yes, I'm not entirely sure what's happened with Verdandi, but he is... I'm not sure if he can be trusted anymore. Though he helped me once before, there was an altercation. We tried to communicate with him. Miss Kelly cast one of her spells, and he communicated with us, but he spoke of assisting in my my capture.
But Dandy is in a sanctuary is cast over the building. Any scrying that is affecting the three of you is dispelled.
I don't know if we're being scryed, but hopefully not.
Well, if anyone claims this conversation was scryed, no, it wasn't.
Understood, sir.
But Dandy is in a difficult position, and what I say now does not leave this room. Is this understood by all of you?
Without question.
yes.
Understood.
Good. But Dandy is in a very difficult position with what he does. As I'm sure you saw from my memories of the schism, the monastic order killed almost all of the staff who were resistant to their original, their doctrines of magical purity. I loathe to call it that.
Yes.
I only survived because I was not present on the day. I had left at a council to try and convince them that the monastic order of Mage Knights was a threat that should have been dealt with and put in... listed as a threat to magic. Verdandi remained at the college. He had no business there. He was not one of the witnesses I called forth. He only survives because he blends in. There are some things he can get away with, but other times he is forced to keep up appearances as it is. I trust Verdandi. I have trusted him for the last 7,000 years. Even longer than that. He works to improve the college from inside, to prevent what happened 5,000 years ago from happening again. You must be careful around him because there are times, of course, that he is not in a position to act freely. He has appearances to maintain. The monastic order of Mage Knights may be, as far as I know, dissolved officially. their position is no longer public. They have been hunted down by the Tower of Purgation. But that does not mean the college is a safe place. Or that its views are where we want them to be. They are still they're too extreme for our liking. Certain views they have are still problematic, shall we say. They no longer wish to destroy all of mundane, no longer helmed by the monastic order, though it was only for a brief time that they were. There are still many who are dangerous. The dandy seeks to correct this however he can. He is trustworthy, but one must be careful with how they reach out to him and when.
I see.
It may put him in a spot where he is forced to, well, pick a side to uphold his appearance.
I see. So reaching out to him should be a last resort.
Yes.
But he can be trusted.
Or at least something he can be trusted, yes. But one must also take precautions as well, ensuring conversations involving or contacting him have proper protections against scrying, interception, fortified spellcasting.
I see.
So I don't know if I can trust the risks he's willing to take.
I will not tell you what to think, but I will tell you that I trust him with my life. Because over the last 7,000 years, he has not swayed in our conviction to do good by magic, to improve the college, and to save it from itself. Does that mean everything he does is good? We hope that ends will justify the means.
And even if he has you pulled into some kind of death trap to keep up his appearances.
As I said,
your trust runs deep then.
It's been built over a long, many centuries.
Right.
What happened that day was a tragedy unlike any before it. Everything we do is to make sure another schism does not happen. Make sure that to make sure war does not befall everyone and everything who does not agree with the idea that only magical masters of certain skill should be allowed to live, and that all others should be put to death. Your opinion of him is your own, and your experiences will shape that. Do not say your distrust of him is unreasonable, or that it is wrong. It is up to you and your choice alone, to give your trust to another. I simply say that I have given my trust to him.
I don't know.
Are there
who
any other
was
questions you
nice,
had?
At the moment, I don't believe so.
Well, I'll begin reaching out to Arundel and Yaga, seeing if I can't, with your permission, of course, begin laying the groundwork for this vote.
Arundel is well familiar with me at this point. Familiar with my secret. Though I don't believe I've directly told him of Julia. I know he has seen her, and if he is as wise as he seems, almost certainly has put together who and, more specifically, what she is.
Very well. I will reach out to Arundel. Do I have your permission to speak to Yaga on this matter?
You are certain she can be trusted. If we can lay the groundwork for convincing the college with both their help, I would want to see it done.
I have known Yaga for 5,000 years, and we have been married on and off for about thousands of years worth. We see eye to eye on a great many things. This is assuredly one of them.
Well, she seemed quite agreeable when I met her.
Yaga knows my experience in the war. She knows I would not vouch for something of this nature if it were
Pretty sure he's the only
not something I fully believe in.
or knows
There
more
are
information.
there. If there if it has to do with that nature.
Not
I think there's
exactly
a
the.
druid that
I suppose she'll want
Aether
a
every now and then.
explanation either way, should I even attempt to bring her.
Yeah. But
Sir,
are you
else.
busy?
And who?
Alright.
Yes, and I don't believe I gave you a key to this tower.
Well, I just wanted you to know that I'm back. Apologies.
Hello, Rao.
Welcome back.
Yes, sir. Hello, Miss Amity, Julia. Sorry to disturb you. Apologies, sir. We're going now.
How much gold do you want?
It is good that we speak of these things very vaguely.
Yes.
Well,
I believe she would want an explanation, regardless of whenever I did try to bring her into agreement on the vote.
I see. Well, as I said, if you
I will wait for your permission given, however.
trust her, then I believe it would be helpful to have their support.
Very well, then I will begin with those two. Karen will be if I'm honest, it will be a while before I can discuss with them these matters. They are quite busy being the head of a religion.
Oh my.
Yes, their duties in Primus are many and leave them very little time outside of their responsibilities. I swear, if we didn't agree on every 1,000 years for the annual meetings, we wouldn't see Karen outside of Primus. I'll send a sending to him whenever I have the opportunity, but he will not be one of the first to know of this, I assure you. I'll wait for your permission on him. I believe I'll need to convince some others before I bring it to him as well. He was one of the first Archmages. Well, things to get in order and prioritize. Very well. Yaga and Orendil first. Once I have them convinced, I'll let you know.
Yes. And if there's anything that we can do to aid in convincing them or showing them that we bear no ill will or we're not dangerous, I am certainly open to this. We're not monsters.
Letting them know that we are not what has been invading. And there's
Yes,
a
of course. We share a common enemy, threatened by similar forces.
Exactly.
Very much the same.
And if they can understand that, that is an angle to take. To help them understand that the Hunger
Corrin's homeland is an eternal war. I doubt he's very thrilled to be embroiled in a second. That and the imbalance that would be caused by the Hunger's consumption of life and death magic would tantamount to his principles. I believe that would be a good angle to take when I begin trying to convince him.
Perhaps, yes.
The
Perhaps would
Archmage
be
of
helpful.
Darkness might be a bit trickier, though. Things for me to consider, however, how I go about these convincings and political dealings. If I think of any way that can help convince these Archmages, I will let you know.
Yes.
Actually,
If anything,
you may be able to get... The Warden has begun certain dealings in Aether. It's been over 200 years, I believe, since he's last done this, but he's outsourcing volunteer work amongst Aether and other islands. He gave me a report that said he was happy with the work done by the first batch of volunteers. And I know that in the upcoming days and weeks, there was an issue that the Archmage of Dark Magic had that was brought to the Tower of Purgation and the Warden specifically. If you can sign up for whatever job she has put forth with the Tower of Purgation, if it turns out to be volunteer work, you may get yourself a favor from the Archmage herself. That might guarantee us a vote.
Perhaps. Similarly, though, I was going to speak on this. Since returning here again, I and now with Jules's help, we have been aiding people where we can, almost to the point of exhaustion at times. There are a number of people who can speak towards work that we have done, trying to help others here in Redwall, both associated with mages and not.
It's a good start, certainly.
If anything, I think the only individuals who may speak particularly ill of us would be those associated with the Dominion. Would seem that Duran seems to know what we are. I believe him to have been corrupted, influenced by the hunger itself. He bears its malignance, it seems.
That
Has Sulfur shared
been
her
warned of
concerns with you?
No, it was Kalbanda who
Well, I
informed me,
believe
so they
they're
must have
both of the
discussed
same
this
mind.
together.
Yes,
Yes.
my understanding.
There is a conversation I must have with Isaac anyway, I believe, with regards to their continued presence in Aether and the deal they have with the College of Magi being potentially problematic to that.
Yes, well.
As such, I also need to speak
He's
with Kelly.
threatened
But continue.
more than once to turn me over, which, as I told you before, is not something I would like to see. After what happened last time.
There is something we can do should try to hand you over again. It would be revealing the hands a little early, so I'd prefer it never come to this, but like I said...
Naturally.
Similar to the current deal I have with Tempest. Tempest is a wanted fugitive by both the Tower of Purgation and the College of Magi. He is here under my surveillance. It is what allows him to operate here openly.
I see.
The specifics of this deal essentially put him on community service, if you would like to think of it lightly, but should he become a danger to Aether, as his history normally indicates it would, he would be immediately sent to the Tower of Purgation. Paperwork has been officiated for that, so that the Tower of Purgation ceases its pursuit of him and strips the college of their ability to prosecute him without taking direct action against the council. Subterfuge is still subterfuge, and clandestine operations are not excluded. But similar paperwork could be created to protect you in a last-ditch effort, though I believe this is an outcome neither of us wants. Not only does it reveal the hand early, it automatically brands you two as fugitives, and it makes the job of convincing the council much harder.
Then avoiding this at all costs would be necessary, I find.
Yes, it is an option, but it's one I think we should avoid. If all else fails, I should say. Hopefully it doesn't come to that, but it is on the table. I do think, however, your best bet is making sure that you're on the list of volunteers for the Tower of Purgation's next recruitment wave.
If you find it wise, we can discuss with the others, and at the very least, I suppose Julia and I can see to it that we assist, gain their favor.
Of course. Yes. The Tower of Purgation deals with issues that are a threat to magic itself. Showing that you are willing to help prevent that does a lot to would do a lot to convince others on the council that you are not here as invaders. We are on the same side, working to the same goals.
Of course. Nothing.
I
Believe
believe
that
that's
is-
all we have to discuss, though.
Yes, I agree. Believe I've well capitalized on your time today. Don't wish to keep you any longer than I have to.
I believe you all need to vacate soon, because I don't think you'll want to see the punishment of a man who's about to be brought here, as I've just been informed by a sending spell. Or maybe you do. Do you partake at all any ire of the man who shot the crystal?
Shot the crystal?
You need help.
What crystal?
If we were not aware,
Been mostly
flint box
unconscious
was
these
imparted
past
for
few
3
days.
days.
That man. Yes.
There was apparently a pirate, as I am told, who went into our cave here, where the ballast crystal sits, and shot it with a flintlock. It cost us a day of magic.
Oh. That does sound like a lot. Perhaps we should get going then.
Yes.
Yes. Let's go grab a corner of the.
I don't know if I'll be able to
garden instead.
contain my temper.
That's good. Yes. I do not wish to see Archmage Califax angry.
That would be a first.
Thank you.
I have a feeling you will not be the first.
Of course. No, I have a great many issues and problematic children I need to contain my temper for.
That bastard Archfey gives me too many vibes of Manipu. Too many.
That would be pleasant. That is a very short one.
That Archfey acts like a jester.
Much like Manipu.
Quite common in the nightmare section, especially around the
Let's go this way.
Okay.
I don't know, I'm just getting the vague idea there's a big tower that away. But you know, I can't really see it, so I can't confirm.
Unlike other nightmare demons,
Apparently
they can get
there's
stronger just by
apparently
tormenting
there's a
people.
weird horse here.
Right. I'm standing on a box, by the way.
Oh.
So,
I
wish to see the people in the field while having this conversation, so.
I'd already spoken to Amity about this, but Sulfur had me go to the Underdark to speak with the Drow there on requesting their assistance with fighting the hunger here in Aether. While I was there, one of my allies noticed there were psi crystals, and they were researching them most heavily. Probably, in terms of quantity, they may have a mine of sorts, or a way of obtaining them from creatures of the other side of the coin.
Well, you do realize
wondering...
that constructs are made of them, right? Different
Yeah.
levels of quality,
No,
sure.
I've actually fought them, of course.
Did you see these crystals yourself, or?
I did take a glance around and did notice crystals that were not from here, of course, but I couldn't tell without a closer look. I didn't want
Were they
to
the size
disturb the
of-
matron. As much as I could see, crystals yay big.
Bigger than what would come off a construct, then.
Well, yes, but for there to be a mine, though, that does
Also,
not make
it's
any
impossible.
sense. Yes.
Right.
I asked Califax about it, if it was possible for psi crystals to form in the ethereal plane, and he said it is, but it's quite rare. It might be that there are psi crystals deep underground, or a high concentration of constructs that appear there.
Well, they don't. How to explain this?
I mean,
they generally don't just appear. They're not natural in the terms like other crystals that you dig out of the ground.
Created.
Yes,
Right.
created by the mind.
It's more like I think you'd say summoned. But it's not really summoning. It's creating it with the mind.
Willing
I mean,
substance into being. And if there is no
there's a
mind
chance that,
to will it into being, then it does not form at all.
And you found the sword. Is there a chance that someone...
Yes.
Someone has somehow found someone like me and stockpiled crystals?
Entirely possible, but this sword was likely made by someone who was a scion.
Oh. Of course. I mean, under duress, if someone were to take me and force me proper encouragement, I would be able to make a decent store of psi crystals. Don't really see why. It would not be very easy for them to refine it to do anything with it, but...
Precisely.
It's definitely interesting.
I'm trying to get as much as research as I can on these, why they've been there. And I've done a few excursions into the Underdark to see if I can find out more, but it's quite a fortress of an outpost that they have. I'm hoping that the next time that Sulfur sends me down there for more diplomacy, as it were, I can gain more information.
I don't know why she would do that. It seems rather foolish. You've already gained a reputation down there. Seems like
a reputation just trying to get them, the Drow, as allies against the hunger. That's all. We're still
yes,
working
but
on
if
that
you're
part.
already a wanted fugitive there,
not in the Underdark. It's quite different. There's two different places. So here in Aether is above ground, and then Underdark is caves and forests that are below the ground.
yes,
like
I
even far
understand
below
that.
this
You
island.
explained this already.
Yes, I'm from the Feywilds. A different section. There's
I am familiar with the
under
Feywilds.
the Feywilds is the
More or less.
Feydark. Yes. It is not similar to the Underdark.
No. Feywild Dark.
Potent.
Suppose excuse me for not being able to keep them all separate from one another.
So, of what concern are these crystals?
Well, I'd like to know what could be done with them. Rather, if
not much by
my
you.
assumptions are correct.
Right.
Just
Were you
any
there
by.
when...
Well,
Sorry, go ahead, finish just...
no, just ask your question.
Were you there when Calabash did his thing with my crystal? Calabash, Cabadash... Big red dragon.
Calbanda.
Calaband.
Calbanda.
Calabanda?
Calbanda, yes, that one.
Calbanda. Calbanda.
The Dark Urge.
Oh, he's rather red, but... Were you there when Calbanda did the thing with my psi crystal?
No, I was not part of that.
Well, to, put it lightly, after he tried to magic the psi crystal, there was much, chaos and,
Oh, you
concern.
mean the tower?
He-
Yes, I was lurking. Okay, now.
Oh, you were lurking. Fantastic. Yes, the large explosion right outside the window. That is what happens when you try to magic a psi crystal. Don't even think they could be refined very well. I mean, to polish or cut a psi crystal like a gem, the skill it takes to conjure a crystal like that is I mean, for me it takes days. Anything of a sizable size. I mean, I spent
So
2 days trying to
using-
create the sphere for Bramble.
So using magics from the ethereal plane will be quite difficult, you're saying. But
I would
using
assume.
physical means, say tools, or even striking a psi crystal with another psi crystal would be the extent of that.
I mean, if you
Not
hit
really.
it hard enough, it cracks, it shatters.
Yeah, and it'll break and then it'll fade away eventually, depending on how pure
There's
it
no
is.
energy in it.
Hmm.
Right.
Crystallized thought.
I mean, if this is concerned to sulfur, could possibly be a wider problem. And time is not of the essence. I guess I could take a look. These crystals, take me next time you go there.
If it ever comes up. Been quite busy lately with everything going on.
But again, I mean, it's quite a conundrum that they're just able to find these crystals. I too am curious. And that's even saying that they are psi crystals. There's a chance that they're not.
Entirely so.
I mean, there's a mind magic, yes? Can mind mages make these crystals?
I'm not a mind mage myself, I don't know. Could ask Miss Kelly, because her primary affinity is mind.
I don't know. She seemed rather confused when I showed her the sword and I told her of what Julia does.
Though it is starting to grow on me if there's a cave full of psi crystals.
Only one way to find out. Have a trip that go back to the Underdark. Maybe even do a little bit more spelunking.
A lot easier when you can create your own stairs.
Don't need stairs. Just lots of rope. And
I'll
practice
take the
with rope
stairs.
climbing.
Right, well.
Yes, and then you have the giant spiders that crawl on the ceilings.
I am done with spiders for a lifetime now.
Wait, did you encounter spiders recently?
I had a nightmare about them.
Oh.
Very much unlike than my normal nightmares. But disturbing nonetheless.
Regardless. If it seems urgent, we can look further into it, but for now we do have some other pressing matters. The tower and those individuals. You've seen the ones with the large glowing wings?
I have not.
Deputies.
Yes. All in armor.
From the Tower of Perdition?
Yes.
No.
Purgation.
Purgation.
Yes, purgation. They are the ones that we'll want to speak to about volunteering ourselves. If you happen to see one, let us know.
Any caution I should take around them, saying as though that's where they will send us if they find us.
Yes. Be cautious. Don't tell them who you are, or what you're doing. Just tell them that you're interested in helping out. Lending a hand, so as to speak.
Heard that they were looking for assistance and got big hands that can help.
Don't even talk about the big hands. Don't give them anything. Just tell them that you're a young and excited adventurer looking to assist someone in need of help.
Hard-working young adventurer.
Yes, something like that.
That's me. Very young.
I don't know.
Will not.
I think I look pretty good
Yes,
for my age.
You do.
Don't give me that look.
I was
Give
looking
that
at her.
look. Don't give me that
I was
look.
looking at her, not you. Not everything's about you. Jeez.
Oh, there's the whoosh guy.
Yes.
Yes, that's Vivaldi.
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 Speaking of spiders, I want to stop by the Magistrate's Tower briefly on the way out, way back.
What, do you want to see Silver's pet spider there?
No, there's something left underneath the stairs that I want to take a closer look at.
Alright.
Yes, well. Amity, do we have any other pressing matters today?
All things considered, I don't
Amity,
think so.
could you leave for a moment? I wanted to say something privately to Julia. Remember that conversation we had about partners and such?
I believe so, yeah.
Amity's potential interests are fine. And that's why I referred to me with she was in the Shield Turret if I was there to protect her. I want to say it to her directly, but I know I come off really
So you want me to mention to Amity that you...
No, I want you to make sure she's safe. I know you already did ask closely. I just want to make sure.
Oh, I have done that job for more than 150 years, so you can trust me.
Any advice you could provide?
Don't get in her way. We are very good at what we do. Amity. Amity. The conversation is over.
And I found a weird crack in the wall here. I should really fix that.
What is weird about it? Magic is really weird. Maybe the walls are magic too.
Probably. Magic fucking walls. Anyways.
Fucking magic walls. Can you please stop playing with the hole of the magic wall? Oh, there you go. Okay, there it is.
I don't know. Maybe Miyako is throwing too much earth magic into it.
You know, all all things considered, having slept for an entire fucking day, actually feel much better for having a bit of food in me.
I agree. I have definitely, after that conversation, woke
I'm
up
so
pretty...
injured. Oh, I'm so hurt and
Well-
injured all the time. Oh, you stepped on me. Oh.
I did.
Do you need to be put out of your misery, sir?
No, I need 50 gold compensation. Go get it. Hurry.
That's normally my bit, the insurance fraud.
Oh, I'm so hurt. Oh, the light is fading. Oh.
Oh no. Oh, I can't see this person lying in front of the road. Oh no, whoa!
Don't you do- Ow!
Whoa!
Ow!
Oh!
You did that on purpose, you bitch!
Gods, I can't believe you would just lay in the road like that. You tripped this poor blind woman.
Oh, I can't believe you would just
How
do that.
rude.
Oh,
I'm just,
oh, it hurts
I'm
so
just
bad.
sitting here.
Do you know if Califax is still around? Hi, my diagnosis girl.
Yeah, no, I'm done too.
Would you stop talking about my feet? That's creepy.
Anyways,
You're so weird.
it has nothing to do with feet. It's a form of cellular reproduction where the cell increases twice in size and splits in two and makes two identical copies of itself.
What the fuck is a cell?
Is this gold or silver?
Well, a cell is what all living things are made out of.
This
I just thought it was whatever they
pays
were
me
gonna
the
throw
50
me
gold
into.
compensation. I've been injured by
Never
them.
mind. Anyways.
Oh, is he still on about the whole...
Yes, he keeps talking about my feet.
No,
Anyways,
it's a lot. They do not even look alike.
I don't know if he's in this tower or if he's wandering the town.
You're not gonna
Hey,
die.
where is my
The
dad,
power
by
of
the way?
crystal and Aether
I see.
will
Well,
protect
either
you.
way. Have fun with that. Have fun with your identical twin.
Oh, okay.
She is not my twin. We're not even identical. We don't look anything like each other.
I've said it.
What the fuck?
I've said it.
They sound
White hair,
different,
white
both of these.
eyes, black sclera. You both have weird forehead things. You have a line going across your face. You both wear black. You're
tattoos.
basically twins.
I need a play
Fucking armor man.
But they look.
At the very damn
That's true, he does look like every other man in armor. Rather
Exactly.
plain, simple,
Oh, red. Is
unrefined. Yeah.
Firstly, her markings, very different. Mean very different things.
Ah, yes, a line with a slight stop, a little bit, and another slight stop, then across the face, and another slight stop, then it goes on a little more, and then a slight stop. Let's see
Can you
yours.
not
Yours is
see
Ego.
colors?
They're different colors.
See shapes.
again.
Okay, you know what? You
And
know
then
what?
the
You know
markings
what?
that you saw
What it's due.
rudely
She has a
pointed
chin
out.
thing. She has a chin thing, you don't. That's
That
fair,
was a
fair point.
stylistic thing.
Well, there you go.
I was about to say, that was just a style thing on her part.
daughter stepped on me, and I demand 50 gold compensation.
Not my fucking daughter legally yet. You can get off.
Yes, I believe so. Yes, that was it was stylistic. That's right.
You don't understand.
Also, I am shorter
Yes, she's shorter.
by quite a bit.
I
She's
do cut
wearing
my hair. When
flats.
we
I'm
first
wearing
met,
high
my
heels.
hair was much longer.
About her, so
I got
Yeah,
it
she
cut
stole my
this-
style.
threaten me all you want. I know your silly little sex won't work.
I'm going to bring this dangerously close
Anyways,
to your
and our
face.
faces were
I
completely
wear
different.
blue nail polish. She wears black.
Yes.
Fuck.
She has a big
Okay,
sword. I
well,
have little
that's-
itty
that's-
bitty swords.
Is there an
Look,
issue?
I'm losing track of
Oh,
it.
there he is.
Well, that's more of a... Oh, he's held a sword? Would you look at that?
Wait, who has the bigger chest?
I threw it away.
God damn it.
Oh shit.
I spit the armor, presses them
To
in.
get my compensation of
It
a
really
fair
does.
Trust me, they are
50
there,
gold for
okay?
being stepped on.
No, it's fine.
Hard to
And
see.
he's
Look nice
trying
and
to
sleek.
accuse me, trying to tell me that I have to pay him.
What,
even
are you
though I
staring?
didn't step on him because she's supposedly my daughter. But you know I was coming to earlier to get the papers for it, so therefore
Liar, liar, pants on fire. Yes, they're burning.
when I
fire.
look at better
Well,
fucking keep
I mean,
staring.
like that one said,
Yes,
you're
staring at the
still
eyes in the
growing,
sky.
aren't you? That's why you're short, you're still
Speaking,
growing,
He has
right?
not signed the paperwork.
Can I punch
It was
them?
never brought to my attention, and we have no record.
I know, I'll instantly go right back to whatever the magic bullshit is.
In
But
fact,
Even
I'll
bother.
give
I
you
do believe
one
that's
free
actually
one
going
because
to
I will
bother
admit
me.
I'm being a bit of a dick.
A
There's
colonel was
consent.
Giving you
Got one.
consent.
That is
He
consent.
gave you consent.
It's a free.
All right.
Everybody gets one.
Sorry.
Everybody
Go
gets
on,
one.
do your bloody paperwork.
Do it.
I'm ready.
all right.
I haven't even gotten to do this.
Understood. I'm not even going to do a running start.
Right, wait, for the
Do
record.
his thing
Oh,
first. Do his thing first, please.
Very well.
Oh!
Garrick!
Wait,
Shit,
who?
you just killed that guy.
Oh.
I think he might be unconscious.
just
Holy
killed that
shit.
guy. Did you?
Oh.
You just straight up killed that guy. What the fuck? He's dead.
Derek?
Try to kill him.
Shamanism,
Derek?
would you?
He's in armor. I hit him
Or, no,
once.
you're the mage.
Is there a healer? Is there
Hit softer, man. Only if you ended a guy's life.
He was being a dick!
Simpletons.
And he gave consent!
Well, Big Schmick, his life is worth. I mean, honestly, to be honest, I would kill somebody over that. Oh fuck, he's
Don't poke the body.
Check the roster.
Grabs you by the shoulder.
No,
yank
it's
you
I
up.
don't want to be involved with this.
No.
I've been wanting to practice it, or...
Alright, alright, hold on,
recently,
let me
so-
spin you around, look at me.
I mean, that's your name, isn't it, Alpha?
I knew that you were the mate to talk to. So.
2 weeks. I've held myself back 2 weeks.
If you would like
surprised you
formal
didn't dent her
education,
helmet.
actually,
I fucked around.
I mean,
and found out. My usual problem.
He is a
Let's see, gravity bleeding anywhere.
Red, your friend got
Do you think he
punched.
saw it coming?
loan the book out to you.
Hang on, let me see if
Do you have a
I don't have
magic
hang on.
crystal?
How do I get the
Mana crystal
thing?
or
There you go.
anything of
Hang on.
magical value for compensation?
Oh, with a 19, I'm fine.
Oh, my eyes!
Should we go ask?
Don't you dare give me that.
Actually, yeah, you.
I know
Well,
how
no,
much
it's more
more
like she doesn't like me.
But I don't want to
If you can
Yeah, no, I'm
procure
good.
Unless you
Just a
do
little.
something
I mean,
stupid.
we've been pretty cool up
Little
to
shaken.
this point. I was a little insulted, to be fair,
That's
though.
true.
I don't know. Listen, as you can
We
tell,
don't
not a
look
lot of people
anything
like me
like...
because of
Ma'am,
mages,
ma'am.
so-
Excuse me, ma'am.
Okay, I guess.
Do the two of us
That
look
would be
alike?
the
Like,
expected
do we look
cost
like
of
we're
any
twins? The same, just straight up the
mages
same.
guild.
No, this one's smaller than you.
Where can I get...
And
See,
you have a
Garrick?
different hairstyle.
You could speak to
Shake
one
it,
of the
say-
main merchants.
You're more endowed than this one.
Okay.
Why does
Wait,
everyone
oh,
always
hey.
bring that part
Wait,
up?
which way did you point with that? Who was more endowed? God
Who's more
damn it.
endowed?
Yes.
Anyway,
Size and everything.
It passes the...
Adoption stuff.
it is the armor.
Sensitivity is also key.
What do we have to do? What
That's-
papers do
that is
I
why
have
you
to sign
don't
so
wear
I can
armor.
legally
Thank you.
adopt this
You've
child?
proven a point for us. Do you understand? Are you seeing colors yet?
Yeah, I'm like 43.
Sky's
You're
blue.
old enough to be my dad.
Trees are green.
Exactly.
Alright.
I
Except
would
for that tree.
suppose
green
it's as simple
too.
as a transfer of
Of
guardianship
different
and
tattoos.
a document of fostering.
That's correct, yes.
They may be related,
I'm
but they
just saying, from a
but they are not
distance,
twins.
you two look extremely alike.
From a distance.
A woman's eye is
Garrick,
much
is this
more
because you're racist?
perceptive than a man's
Yes. I mean, what?
Well, what I say related
probably
is
Your tattoos are
I'm
lovely,
using from my own culture.
Mm-hmm. Yes, yes.
Because culture, everyone's like a cousin.
Way too
Yeah, I'm gonna
hungry
go
for this
walk,
conversation.
Oh, well, I mean,
I
yes.
could go
we're-
with cousins.
Yes,
yeah,
yes, I could see
yeah.
that. We're definitely not sisters.
Small
though.
community.
We're not-
I mean, it's
not-
actually a
not
pretty good
blood
chance.
relatives
Like
by
maybe
any
5th or
means.
6th. Right.
Oh, yes.
And thank you for the compliment of my tattoos.
Do you think he's going to be okay? He just sort of...
Oh, he's had far worse. I've seen him
Fell
literally
over.
lose limbs.
He's used to that.
Oh,
They just sort of
alright.
stuck him back on
Gets
and magicked them
knocked
back
down a lot
together.
during missions.
Yes, he
I see.
really does, doesn't he? He's like punching back, just and he just gets right back
I'm
up.
not going to lie. That felt very good.
Oh, I'm sure it did. In all my time here, no one's ever given me consent.
My manners. Bara Crabtooth.
A pleasure to meet you. My name is Amity.
Doesn't give you consent. Wow.
Julia.
Julia.
Yes.
I don't have your name either.
That's
Sounds
fine.
rude. Oh, there you go.
That's great. I'm gonna be Julia. Well,
Sorry?
And I'm sorry, your name again?
Bara Crabtooth.
Bara. Lovely. Suits you well.
But if you need anything, any patchwork of, or any resharpening of sword, I am stationed over by the blacksmith.
Oh, perhaps.
Nice.
I don't know.
Here you go, good day. Beautiful ladies, 3.
Thank you.
Oh, she included you.
kind.
That was lovely.
Yes. So polite. Better than Garrick, jeez. What an asshole.
I don't know. It's starting to grow on me.
Here comes Rayo.
Hopefully the second one's free also.
Is Califax
I could not. Is Califax ever done
Well,
with
why
this
don't you
business?
ask him?
Yes.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
She's surprised, I guess.
You're fucking weird.
Oh, well, she didn't hit you.
That's very not nice
Impressive.
of you to say.
That makes 2 of them.
Sir, beg thine pardon.
Anyways,
Of course.
remember the spider thing?
What was I talking about?
The sword underneath the stairs.
Apologies about the door.
It was in my dream last night. The sword under the stairs. There's someone left it leaning against the wall. There's a sword leaning against the wall underneath the stairs. In Califax's or the magistrate's tower. Caught up. Right. It was in my dream. But I have no idea whose sword that is.
Do you remember what the sword looked like?
It looks like the sword underneath the stairs. It's got metal bit that's sharp at one end. The other end has the handle with another piece of metal bit that goes crosswise. And it has a leather little pocket thing. It's called a sheath.
So
It's
it's
not
just
very
a
ornate at
simple,
all.
like, iron sword.
Yeah, it's like a broadsword. Just basic broadsword.
Maybe someone forgot it.
I guess I could have said that.
Or
But I
maybe
don't
you
remember
fell
seeing
asleep,
no.
and you were you know one of those moments you have right before you're going unconscious. Like I could have sworn I was like being
Lucid
picked up
dreaming.
and carried to where I was sitting. You know, and just laying there for a while.
Oh yeah, I mean, someone moved us down there. And
Well,
then,
no, that's
well, I
where
guess,
we
yeah, I mean,
were,
if the sword was
but then
there when...
someone moved us away from the center of the room.
Right.
But
And if I was falling asleep and the sword was
distinctly
there...
recall someone picking me up and moving me. So it's like one of those moments where you see something as you're in that sort of state of deliriousness. It sticks out. You're perhaps not sure what's happening, but you saw a sword. And sure enough, when you finally wake, that sword's still sitting there. Though whose
brain
it
may
was
work.
is rather confusing. I don't know.
Maybe it's some guard or something.
Perhaps.
The, thing is in the fountain again, lurking.
Hear you.
Walk over there. Something interesting to behold.
Take the opportunity. Go into the conversation if they're talking about you.
I can.
Simply walk up and say, "Oh, hello, gentlemen. I couldn't help but overhear."
No. Trust me.
I mean, 2 lovely people talking about you. I mean, there's your opportunity.
Thank you for the confidence.
Nothing to cut corners. Not this
Right.
Don't even know. It's not even a bounty anymore. It's just they're actually showing up here. That's the problem.
Oh my gosh.
What is she mumbling about?
Fine.
No idea.
You put it that way.
Alright, now quickly we run.
Kind of like you don't
Oh,
want
yes,
me around
go,
you.
go.
Well.
Oh my gosh, I can't believe that actually fucking worked. Anyways.
It took a bit of effort, but yeah. Alright, so... Person with big wings. Oh, was it the one that, Rhea was trying to hit on?
No, the other one that walked up to him and interrupted him as he was, trying to woo the woman.
Oh, yes. And speaking of things you can hit. So not Sin.
Oh shit, Sin!
He just.
Where the fuck have you been all day? Shit.
Why is he running away from you? What have you done to him?
I don't know. He gets a little antsy when I'm around.
Oh shit, is he going to go hijack the boat and leave?
Sin, where are you
That desperate
going?
to get away from us.
Sin, where are you Oh, what are you doing?
Picking up
I was unloading the ship.
Oh, I see.
What?
Where have you been all day?
Busy. I exactly don't have time for rest these days.
Oh. Would you like a hand?
Do you need help?
No, it's just 2 boxes. Should be fine.
I'm gonna.
You two look well.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, do you want to get it? I mean, you big, strong.
It's sort of my thing, yeah. Yeah.
Go for it. Here, give her that. She's got 2 hands.
Just toss it on top.
You said you didn't.
Where are they going? Yes, I don't have to. On the other side of the fucking island. Great.
Do you want me to
Sit
take?
down.
Do you want me to take one?
No, I'm.
I mean, I thought you were going to do the big hand thing.
Well, I've already done it once. You saw what that got us. That was great.
Well, look, so long as Garrick isn't here, I mean, it's not like a big deal.
That's true.
It's not here. And if he does, you know, maybe he'll just go running in the other direction. He'll be too afraid of you.
There we go. Alright, that's a lot easier. Anyways.
Where have you been, Sin? We've been awake for most of the day. And
Unlike yesterday.
Yes, apparently we slept for an entire fucking day. I haven't seen John or Kelly or Venus, any of them. I can only assume
John
they.
and Venus are somewhere right now. Kelly went to go and visit James for the day, from what I understand. As for
Oh, I
myself,
see.
I've been researching.
Oh? Researching what?
I was in the library digging a little bit. Decided to take it to the field. To assume if my suspicions were correct. Thankfully, they were not.
Oh, God.
What was your suspicion, if I might ask?
Perhaps I should explain once we get to my place.
Yeah, I see,
Not
I see.
exactly words meant for the open.
No, I understand. Oh, okay, hopefully that's the talking one.
As long as you're not John, you're fine.
Now, we don't know what the side effects are.
Fair enough.
You win.
That's interesting side effect. Yeah, hold on. Yeah, I'm marking this up.
We had a nice long talk with Halifax, by the way.
Yes, I've seen his newly revived vigor, so I'm curious how he is these days versus how I'm used to always seeing him.
So we're cutting through this way. Yes, he
Imagine he's a
seems
lot
quite
more
well,
chatty.
much better than he was previously. Oh, we seem to be followed. It's a strange masked man.
Yes, there's
Is
one
that
that
his-
was offering to end his life for him.
There's a lot of strange masked men on this place.
Well, like, his head is literally a mask. It's rather unnerving, actually.
Right.
But I suggest not unmasking them. Because I believe that would count as beheading.
Maybe. Yeah, after you.
Is he still following?
I
Oh, yes.
don't believe so.
What is this orb?
What? Who was...
You sound weird.
Oh.
Please stop soliciting near my house.
Right. You got it.
Oh, that worked. That never works.
Impressive.
Impressive, yes. Is he coming back?
No, that actually fucking worked.
Holy shit.
No, I'm in shock, honestly.
Twice now.
Asking someone to just leave me alone usually never works. If anything, it usually entices them to be even more in my hair.
Oh, I see. Well, anyways, you were saying?
Yes.
Suspicions untrue.
Ever since we had visited that swamp, I had remained, I guess, not curious, but concerned. Thinking that maybe perhaps that place was not the only spot. I started to dig, looking for any sort of instances where there were locations of paladins missing, sightings of those constructs, something of a consistent base. A flow, if you will, untouched by the years. There were two places I went. One was nothing more than just, well, I guess you could say a group of people fainting the idea of being like them. In truth, it was more than just earth magic. The second was nothing. It was quiet. Funny enough, it wasn't too far from my homeland, so if anything, it was a short visit, if you will.
That is comforting.
Yes, it was a relief to know that the worst was not to happen.
Perhaps just a fluke.
But how did it get away for so long? I mean, constructs would have had to wandered out of it every now and then.
Not if the Weaver kept them under a tight leash.
True.
I mean,
Seeing as
Did
they
have a rather
obviously
commanding
have a lot more
voice.
sentience than we believe they do.
well, the constructs
Well,
themselves
that-
likely don't, but
No.
whatever tends to command them most certainly is intelligent.
I mean, I've never heard of a weaver thinking that loudly before, but I mean, this one was thousands of years old.
I mean, think about it. The older we get, the stronger we've gotten.
That's true.
A weaver that is thousands of years having established itself well in that location certainly seems like it could be
How exactly
situation.
old are you two, anyway? I've never actually asked.
Oh, shoot, Jensen.
I mean, it's kind of hard to keep track. Yeah.
Ish. Yeah. More than
Quite
100,
old,
less than
in
3.
truth.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Relatively. Things move differently in different places, I guess.
Yes.
I imagined, but I guess I try and put it into perspective that I might be able to understand.
The last time I
Thing
was
is,
here,
I can't even begin to think about how Califax has lived for that long, nor even be able to even
several
contemplate the amount of time what he's
hundred,
done.
if not a few thousand years ago. But keeping track of the
Right.
days
And you
in
said-
the Umbral Sea is difficult at times.
Never exactly kept track, but I imagine at least I'm still young. Doesn't feel like if anything, another than maybe more than just 2 decades, or a little more than maybe 3. Somewhere around the two.
You look like a spry young
I didn't
man.
exactly have birthdays. Appearances are just appearances.
Very true.
Oh, your talk with Califax. I won't ask for the full details, seeing as I know he'd probably give you a lengthy antidote, seeing if he was capable of it in his
It
old
was
age.
quite
I'm
the
pretty
long
sure in his
conversation, yes.
youth.
Yes.
But no surprise. Was it?
We spoke with him
Was it
about
anything?
the Council of Archmages. Possibly trying to.
And?
Well, he thinks it would be a wise idea to try to, one by one, convince them to vote against previously established norms.
What is their relation with the college? Is that truly such a wise idea?
Well, they're not connected directly.
They are separate, right? They're
But it would seem that they do have some level of influence. Not direct, mind you, just
I
as
imagine
the
that
college does not have direct
so, given the
influence over
title.
them. But most certainly, having their favor and their blessing would be quite useful in reducing tension at the college. He already believes there are a number of the Archmages that would be sympathetic, as many of them aren't aware of any other creatures aside from the constructs that come from the Umbral Sea. They're unaware that there are people living there.
You believe they might react more positively to you too? If they hear you out, that is.
He believes so, but he's also suggested that we try to do things to gain their favor. In particular, he mentioned his ex-wife, who he believes would be quite sympathetic to us to begin with. And then, well, one who I believe is already quite friendly with us, the Archmage of Redwall. Aside from this, there was one in particular that he said may initially be quite difficult to convince, but if we were to do some favors...
Archmage of Order.
Yes, the Archmage of Order that
Order.
is in charge of the Tower of
say
Purgation.
exactly?
Yes. He
I've heard stories
said
about that place.
Yes, well, he said that possibly by volunteering, as they have been seeking aid as of late, showing that we're not threats and instead are trying to maintain the sanctity and safety of magic, that this could be very useful in swaying his thoughts and opinions. And with his support...
Not so sure about that.
What makes you say this?
At least what I've always heard of rumors. The Tower of Purgation tries to finite themselves to a golden balance, if you will. They are absolute in that matter. They allow no lenience on either side. Either side of leniating usually refers to imprisonment, death, extermination, removal, anything that can get them out of your hair. They are...
Well, yes.
They don't cut corners.
Not cutting corners, but we're not asking for leniency. We're asking them to reevaluate. These people don't know that we even exist.
Exactly. The college has spent thousands of years of covering it up. No one knows there's a civilization on the other side. Over there. However you want to describe it. The only thing they know of is the hunger coming through and flooding and trying to kill and...
If we can show that we are sympathetic to their goals, they may be willing to reevaluate and be sympathetic with ours. And if we convince this Archmage in particular, he believes that others may fall in line as well. Apparently he holds some level of sway over the others. Influence, if you will.
I see. You'll forgive me, I'm very much skeptical. You'll find at least the magical sort are quick to judge. No matter what you do and no matter what you say, they will always perceive you one way and no other. And that is my feeling.
Califax has given us absolute protection here. At least that's what he says. To freely go about.
If you had met Morgan, I don't know exactly how she would have reacted to the both of you.
To be honest,
Well then,
I sort of did. It was quite a while ago. Only after I'd shortly arrived here in Aether for the first time. She noticed me and simply said that she wanted to speak with me. I might have been spying on her, mind you. She had noticed me and
Good first impressions.
thought I was an odd woman, but wanted to speak with me, see who I was.
but she does.
Yes, it's what I do, especially when I'm in a new place that I don't understand, and I'm surrounded by people who I don't know if I can trust. It's called reconnaissance.
A better style than mine.
I'm not
Which I didn't get to
judging
do
you.
my style until today.
Just I am always wary of everything.
Still feels good.
Sorry to say, I don't find friends.
But
You
even
two
if we
are
go
trying
and
to.
Yes. Speaking of friends,
if we help with
while it is still unwise to trust him unequivocally, Verdandi may not be our enemy. As
And what has
Califax,
led you to believe that?
well, Califax, who has known him far longer than any of us could possibly ever have, has explained the situation a bit more clearly. Verdandi is having to keep up appearances, and while at times this could potentially bring us into a situation where he is having to choose whether to act against us to keep up appearances, or perhaps look the other way as he is still an ally.
as contrary as it was to
Not our enemy.
Califax.
Seems
If
like too
he's-
much of a gamble, if you ask me, but
No.
that maybe
If he's-
perhaps lets your
but-
feelings at rest. So be it.
No, but it also does mean that we should really be more careful about how and when we contact him in the future, if we ever do.
Right.
In truth,
'Cause if he's
I would suggest against it. Verdandi will come to us when he is capable of it. He will contact us if there is something urgent. But otherwise, contacting him should be a last resort at this point.
and if he is that
Right.
deep in the college, then it's a good thing not to piss him off or to put him in danger.
If we
I might have to
compromise him,
acceptable risks.
yes, he may be put into a situation where he is forced to choose sides. Califax's words,
Again.
not mine.
Yes, and I hope he understands what he means by those words. When the time comes,
Yes.
does he turn? Or does he remain apparently our friend? Which one looks more like the
I-
winning side?
Have faith that despite everything, Verdandi will not directly act against us in such a way that it would ever completely stop us from achieving the mission. Though there may be times where, yes, he will have to act against us, he will likely act in such a way that we are warned ahead of time, as he has done before.
Fine. I'll leave that up to your judgment.
Thank you.
There's no need. I'm skeptical for many reasons. It's just what I am.
Perhaps putting a little faith in people may go a long way. Can't have
I've
your
tried
guard up
doing
all the
that.
time. I learned that a long time ago.
Well, sadly, I don't exactly have the years to prove it. I am trying. That is all I can say.
I see. Either way, he also told us a bit more about this magic, something he had researched long, long ago during the first war with Umbrals, as he called it. Shadowbane magic. It gave us a bit more insight, more than Sulfur was able to give. It is similar to what Riftweavers do, but less accurate, and I believe perhaps not the answer for what we're looking for, but given his knowledge, he did take interest in what information we had gathered from that with Riftweaver ourselves. Given some time, now that the situation with Califax has been dealt with, after a bit of time to recover, if anything, if we can find a way to traverse Coin and return home, this may be instrumental. A massive step forward for us. Firstly, if things ever get too hairy and we need to make an exit for us to get back home, avoid capture. But
I see. Well,
also,
in regards to this magic, is this something that you are able to wield yourself, or something that you may be able to track down and use?
no,
What exactly is the end
can't
of this?
exactly use it. But given his knowledge already, there is a good chance that maybe he can provide further insight. As we start to try to look further into this, perhaps he can at least provide some help. He's a powerful
There's two sides to
mage.
the coin. And to use this knowledge of the Rishweaver now, and combined with what he's done, what he's researched, maybe the solution is in that middle point.
Yes.
Maybe there's some kind of balance that will
You'll
make
forgive
it
me for
easier.
not being able to weigh in on this exactly. I'm quite literally basically at the belief of your judgment and your abilities.
I'm just hanging on to hope here.
Well, I'm glad someone is. I'm not exactly... I'm not trying to be negative. Truly, I'm not. Just I see the world for what it is. And sadly to say, it's not been kind to me. So I
You
meet it
think it's
grimly.
been kind to us?
No. But we have lived two different lives.
And I can agree
So what
with.
you've experienced, what I have, are two different things. But maybe more alike than we know. That is a tale for another time.
As Amity was alluding to, trusting others. My job's to stand out in front and look hopeful. And trust.
I got
Amity's the
more
one
words
that
out of you
can-
in a matter of 10 seconds than I did out of Amity in a week.
Yes, but those words you got out of her in a week, how condensed were they?
Short spurts. Usually a matter of just compliance of a yes or a no, or maybe, or I understand. Nothing past that.
She has spent a lot of time looking at situations and figuring it out and getting that information to others that need it.
I understand.
Those first couple of weeks, she was.
And I
figuring
have
you
always
out.
remained, at least I would like to think, the most observant of our bunch. Just usually not, I guess, the ones to immediately act on it. Take a little more time. But sometimes that is our fault. For basically being not quick to action when it calls. The good and the bad of being observant.
Where trusting others comes in. I unconditionally trust Amity.
And that is good. To have someone like that. Sorry, don't mean to dwell, I guess, on such meek topics, but...
Oh, there's a new Eldritch Beast in town. Has no eyes, can't see.
No, huh?
Can smell but says it doesn't. It's a very interesting thing. Almost killed
Let's
Califax,
see.
I think. What was that on him?
Great.
Hmm.
We spent all that time trying to piece him back together, and we finally succeeded in completing the first step of everything, and now he almost died as a matter of fact of someone's ignorance. You know, I'm not even mad. I'm honestly not, I've been surprised at the very least.
Can you stop turning everything so negative? You're just making up impossibilities now.
Sorry.
You complain about continuing to be all doom and gloom. And I changed the topic to try to be amusing.
Well, I don't know exactly how amusing it is to have someone die, so perhaps a difference in humor.
Do you even know a joke?
No.
I'm not surprised.
Alright, try me with one.
I was gonna ask you that. It's a good joke, but...
If I don't know one, how could I tell you one?
Do you know that you put me on the spot? For fuck's sake.
Well, lack there or four of jokes or not, I'm at least happy to see both of you are finally well rested.
Well,
Not
that's...
being dragged everywhere by on your heels. Seeing as I believe you've
Still a
both
bit
earned
tired,
your rest.
but sleeping for an entire day does tend to leave one feeling a bit groggy, I have found.
It's true.
I hope that you both have at least fed yourselves.
Oh yes.
I hope you've done at least that
It's the
much.
first thing we did.
Good.
Don't believe anyone fed us
Half your
yesterday.
meal at dawn, but...
Just a few scraps of bread. To make sure she wasn't some sort of spy. Or a ghost.
And you said I'm the one who turns everything negatively.
No, she was being more stupid than usual, and it was sort of stupid to an unbelievable amount. You know how she is sometimes, right? It was worse.
Wait,
much worse.
Dusk?
Yes.
No. I kind of ignored them, I'll be honest.
Fair enough.
Here we go.
I don't know.
Seeing as they're
Next
a
time you
known
see
criminal and they
Dusk.
walk around quite almost pointing at their wanted poster, and then they proceed to hang around us, which by proxy could make us accomplices. Their sheer presence, unfortunately, is a detriment entirely. And I don't mean that to be mean. I mean that to be realistic.
I can't entirely dispute him on this.
Neither can I. I was gonna ask him to call her Dawn Snow. That would be funny.
Yeah.
I don't know
Next
why,
time you
but
see her,
for
just-
some reason I want to smile and laugh at that, but I just can't.
Well, you see, what it is that the secret spy version of Duskgrain is Dawn Snow. They're two separate people, same person.
I don't know. I tried to ask her if she knew, like if she was born in the evening during a particularly, bad storm or something, and she stared at
Why?
me like I had two heads.
You did it on purpose.
What? What did I do on purpose?
What on purpose?
That was a bad joke, and I don't even know really jokes.
What?
Inherit in his
It was
voice,
a
you
legitimate question. I didn't know how her. I didn't know her name was spelled differently. She didn't either.
What?
It's not like I hadn't seen it written down, and it's not like she told me. Oh, Amity. My name is specifically spelled Duskreien. Is it R?
R-E-I-N, right.
My point
So-
exactly.
So think about it.
So I'm
Dusk,
thinking
That
Dusk
seems
time of
Rain.
day, it's part of what it is like outside. Rain, also what it is like outside.
Yes.
Not like what you do
Yes,
with
but
a
then she looks at
horse.
us like we have two heads.
How do you get from...
Almost as bad as
I-
Garrick today.
No, Garrick was around the day, eh?
Yes, yes.
was
he
it.
Until
was.
he, well, he might not remember half his day now, though.
Yes.
He may
Should
have been
The fool who
punched
made
into
the
next
mistake of
Tuesday.
giving Julia consent.
Never has the words, "the first one's free," ever felt so good.
Yes.
You didn't cave in his head, did you?
No, but she certainly tried.
Yeah.
He's
Be
fine.
careful around him.
He's had
I
worse.
was
He's grumpy,
holding
but
back.
he's grumpier almost than I am, but he's a good one.
When he hit the ground, all his limbs were still attached. I heard this is a problem, so I mean...
Yes. He's fine.
Thought that would have been hilarious if his
fine.
torso just goes flying down the path and his
Don't
arms
look at
go
me.
in two
I
different
don't exactly
directions.
worry
No,
about him.
but
I'm not his mother.
I'm really beginning to worry because he is not the first one. He's like the third or fourth person to say that we look like we're twins. We look nothing alike.
I think anyone with actual eyes can spot quite a handful of differences between the two of you.
Yes.
I think they're just generalizing based upon hair, skin, and eyes.
Yes. Kind of racist, if you ask me.
Maybe perhaps the
Species?
aptitude for black, but I'm also got plenty of it.
It is racist.
I mean, to be fair, it's tactical. It's very dark at home. In certain places. Actually, in
Mine's
most places.
traditional.
Yeah, it's just. No. I wouldn't know, but I will have to take your word for
I
it.
never thought you were twins.
Good.
It's
Good.
sadly to say your visit there exactly wasn't a pleasant one, seeing it was my home. That's not exactly a good representation.
Yeah, it seemed a little unpleasant. Our visit.
Perhaps one day I can actually show you a decent part of it. There actually are places that are halfway nice.
Hmm.
Didn't exactly get to visit them all that often, but at least from afar.
There are happy people there. Or, like, all your people like you?
I would like to think there is nobody quite like me. Or at least I hope there's only one person like me.
Me too.
I'm going to take that as a compliment. Please tell me there's only one of you as well.
Well, if we go by what everyone else around here thinks, there's actually one of us. We're just the same person. Evidently we split somehow?
Yes, Garrett kept saying something about my feet, and then jail cells, and then, I don't know, he wasn't making sense. Yes, it was rather odd. Kind of
I've
creepy,
learned
if you
one
ask me.
thing in my life. If anyone takes special interest to your feet, just stay away from them. Yes. Does that mean?
Yeah,
I agree.
Honestly, I thought you were going to make reference to the pointy ends of your shin guards. That's one way to be a deterrent for those who are a little maybe too interested.
After what John had to go through, I don't think I'm going to be joking about that for a few more weeks.
What exactly did you do to him?
He was trying to cut my head off. And I'm just hoping that it was the less pointier part of talking like a girl.
Briefly, but I think we were
To
all
be fair,
at
I
one point
think you
trying to
got
cut
the,
each other's heads off.
Yeah, to be fair, you got the nice treatment compared to him.
Yes.
Don't think there was anything nice about that trip, but
well,
we all made it out. We found the Grandmaster.
Compared to John's experience, I think that was definitely far better for you than it was for him.
True.
He'll live.
Though, what was that?
He has a healer on standby 24/7.
He was fighting the Weaver. You might not have seen it, Amity, because you were on top of it at the time. He did this thing where he just cleaved its leg off.
Oh, you know, we probably should discuss that,
with his
shouldn't we?
sword.
Depends on what you're exactly referring to.
John suddenly summoning a giant glowing sword. All the glowing eyes.
Okay, so I wasn't
and
just
all that.
seeing that as he went flying across the field. Okay.
Yes.
Good to know.
Listen. Both of you.
I'm listening.
If it wasn't already plain, he's not exactly normal. None of us really are. And as for his sword, it's...
I'm actually quite normal, thank you.
Thank you, yes.
Sadly, to the eyes of everyone in the world, you would probably be viewed as abnormal.
We should bring Jared over.
Wouldn't know
one day.
normal if it bit them on the leg.
You're normal in your home, but here you're not. Same if I was over there at yours. I'm pretty sure everyone would view me quite differently.
Actually, no, I think you would fit in.
Maybe.
There's a lot of dismal people back home.
Perhaps, but my point I'm trying to get across is...
Yes, please.
That... How do I put it? That sword is normal in make, but it's... blessed, if you will.
Oh, is it a magic sword?
I'll admit, I don't actually know. I had to go to a bit of lengths to even attempt to ascertain what was particular about it. Because a piece of interesting information came to me is that he actually had lost that sword at one point. To Duran. But somehow that sword
I'm
came
happy
back.
Duran does not have that sword then.
That is why I was confused. Duran voluntarily gave it up.
Okay, now that's weird.
That is odd.
Why do you think I went to the lengths that I did to figure out why he did? I won't say exactly what I had to do to basically get that information, but I did learn that that sword is not normal. Not quite like mine, but something different.
Oh, I'm thankful he did whatever he did when he did.
Yes.
That would have been a much longer
It's
fight.
the
if he
second
had not.
time I've seen him do that. The first is when you all were inside my head, and the second was then.
Oh, thank God I was not here for that.
Why?
No offense.
Scared
No
to find out
offense.
what you'd see?
No, it'd probably be rather boring.
Sure.
See, I was going to be nice about it, but no.
You nice about it? You usually, if anything, kind of coat every word you have with passive-aggressive, well, notions.
What?
Or a sly comment. I'm not wrong, am I?
Sometimes when she's in a specific kind of mood, yes.
You've been pushing me.
How so?
But the... Alright, I've got your joke for you. Alright. Memorize this, so next time that you cannot get out of your one-way road situation here. Are you ready?
As ready as I'll ever be.
Good. What do you call a medieval spy?
I don't know. What do you call it?
Surveillance.
As far as jokes go, that wasn't the worst. I've heard worse ones.
Crack a half smile.
Regardless, sometimes you're just too... Even for my tastes, you're a bit... See what?
He did it. I heard like cracking stone and his mouth moved. Anyways.
If you're trying to say I'm a little too droll, I know that. I know I'm not exactly...
It's not
I
even
don't act
being
right.
droll, Sin. Even by my standards, you just... I don't know. Sometimes you need to know when to put a little faith into people and have hope that eventually things will just maybe turn out okay. 'Cause I know if I was doom and gloom all the time, I probably would have given up before now. Wouldn't have come back here. That's
Should have even come out here. Like,
No.
fuck, great. Amity's gone.
No.
Let them deal with her. It hurts just to say that.
I know.
I wouldn't have come back here if I didn't have some hope that things would be different. I mean, you've seen...
I try and place my faith in all of you. I do.
I think someone's at the door.
If it's that masked man again, I'm gonna tell him no solicitors.
I'm gonna take his mask off. Hopefully he collapses to the ground being headless now. I opened the door for you, come in.
I was about to say, you were talking about the masked man.
Yes.
Didn't realize you were
Since
the
you
one
got
who
me a
left this
pissy
in
mood,
my
be
home,
careful.
but alright.
Oh, am I not
Don't
welcome in? I
snow
can just walk
out.
back out.
See, she answers to it. It is the fake spy.
She did.
I can still
Would
hear
you
her
like to
breathing
ask
on the other side of the
permission?
door.
Can I have permission to enter, Sin?
No, kidding.
Sure. Yes. Ah,
My
it
brother's
is
name
already
is
improving. He cracked a joke.
No.
Hmm.
No, you should have seen when we were on the mission and he gave me his,
Gave you what?
after the fighting, what was it you took off for me to lay my head on? I forget. Huh?
jacket.
Jacket, yeah, that's the word I was looking for. So I had a very interesting conversation with Rayo.
When I take off my pants.
That's why I said it would be weird if you did that to give her a pillow.
I'm a little lost in this conversation. What?
I don't know.
After the fighting with those umbros in that swamp area, I just forgot it.
That's right, you owe us for where?
Yes, because that's my first time fighting those things.
Ow.
Wasn't expecting it.
I shouldn't have done that. Knock on wood.
An encounter here.
Anyways. Yes, please keep your pants on.
Thanks, I will.
I hope I didn't interrupt that conversation by walking in here.
More like catching the tail end of it.
Yes.
Oh, good.
We were having a
Don't
lesson
even need to
on
recap.
being funny. Seems fun like Sam was telling me to close the door in your face. He passed with flying colors. He actually made a joke. We weren't talking about him taking off his jacket so he can have a pillow. It's not about being sweet. It's about not being always doom and gloom. Being a little funny.
What?
I don't know.
They're supposed to make a joke or something.
Sure, go for it.
I don't even know how to make one.
Just say something funny, I guess.
Something funny. Asmodeus has been divorced 3 times?
What?
Yes, 3 times.
Oh my
Yes.
god,
He told me.
Now it'd be even more funny if it was the same person.
I think that'd be 10 times worse if it was the same
Technically,
person.
the first and second was actually the same person. She just came to this island, actually. I don't know exactly what he sees in her. I'm assuming it's more for a political sort of position. But it's what he always says. But
knowing him, probably.
no, they're a vampire, just like him.
Oh. Can never understand.
Either by his will that she became one, or she was already one, I don't know. You understand that he's quite impossible to make sense of, seeing as he sired a mushroom to become an actual, well, human. If you know who Nurgle is.
Sired a mushroom.
Wait, Nurgle is a mushroom?
Yes.
What?
Oh yes, none of you actually know that. In the very
Trying
beginning,
not to
Nurgle was
think
actually just a mushroom from the cave.
Asmodeus sticking his...
No,
Don't say
Asmodeus
it.
did not
Don't say it.
Just the mental
He
image
adopted
alone
Nurgle.
is enough to reignite my headache.
Ah, shh.
Make me want to vomit.
Do I need to retry my impression again of him?
Please don't.
Please. Don't. Never mind. Damn.
Does that count as humor, by the way? I originally did that to mock him, but
That definitely counts as humor.
Sometimes imitation is the best form of flattery.
well, Well, thankfully he hasn't tried to hug me or kiss me, so I guess I'm avoiding that.
Just keep throwing peasant spice at him. That'll work. That's what he called it.
Or just carry
There's
some
plenty of
lavender
it
on
right
you.
there. I remember there was someone in the Dominion Guild who was allergic to lavender.
Simple beginnings.
Hmm?
That's where technically I
Reminiscing.
first, I guess, was making my impression on this place. I used to
Ah, yes.
hang out Asmodeus' Rouge and Rogue a lot very oftenly. If you know Gwydion, me and Gwydion used to just frequent there, and we would annoy Asmodeus. I found it humorous, seeing as that it was a good distraction.
Hmm.
And then when I wasn't doing that, I was fishing.
What's the
And
biggest
then
fish
get
you've
after
caught?
Another, and then
How big was it?
5 foot. It was at least here would be a 5 foot. I think it's what did I call them? Oh yes, a golden monofish is what I called it.
Oh, just as tall as Julia then.
Yes, the implication that the fish might be as tall as Julia. I don't know. Point is, I caught them because they would supply the crystal.
I wear high heels. Standing next to this woman. She wears flats, and I'm half a kilometer shorter than her.
Look, I get it from my father. He's a rather tall man.
He is
Your
rather
large
tall.
chest from your woman, I guess? Or your mother? Why did that work? That was a bad implication of my words. That was the wrong one.
I see how.
No, if you must know, supposedly, from my grandmother on my father's side. Fuck you.
Oh. Okay, you said it.
Hmm.
I got it from neither side.
Sorry.
You're admirable.
Know much of my family. Only knew my father.
It is. It really is. I have.
Need to go a day without the armor and actually compare sizes, maybe.
She has a lovely figure.
Very, yes. We both do.
Nothing to be ashamed of.
Didn't think there ever was.
No. But sometimes a
There's
lady
been a
likes
lot
to be
of conversation
complimented.
about the differences between us today, and for some reason, there's a certain half of the population that always comments that there's a difference in endowment. It's been like a running theme today. It's weird.
Does it bother you?
No, not really.
I would ignore it. Seeing as it's just a rabble of what people view, so.
Oh yeah, but ignoring it's not funny.
Does everything have to be a joke for you?
That was a chuckle. I win. Alright, I'm done.
She'll get through to you
I'm ready to go
eventually.
to
She
sleep.
did the same with me. Granted, I like to think that my sense of humor is much darker than hers. So it took her some time, just like I'm sure it will with
Oh yeah.
yourself.
Well then, what's your sense of humor? Julius told a joke, I've told a joke, but you haven't. So...
I abstain from this telling jokes.
I don't generally tell jokes. But I'll poke fun at things that I find amusing. Trying to think of something good, suitable for my tastes. Oh, I suppose my sense of humor. That creature that she was talking about earlier this morning, the blind one, I might have specifically picked up and moved a stool after it had felt it out.
See, Califax was
And
not
then
going
it
to die.
tripped it.
It was Amity.
And then it tripped over it later because it didn't know I had moved it. Because I did so quietly.
That is Amity right there. That sums up Amity.
Yes. I suppose less of a joke and more of a prank. A little mean, I suppose.
Figured from that.
Flicking little bits of bread
it
at
depends on your
dusk
view of it.
here. Because I think it's amusing. And then watching her get worked up over it. I find that incredibly funny.
Are they a pigeon?
I don't know.
They're
She still
Dawn
hasn't
Snow.
told me if she was born in the evening during a rainstorm.
Actually, Dawn Snow would be a good name for a bird.
Maybe.
Yeah. I guess it would be a raven. I like the juxtaposition of a raven and snow.
I only really know crows, seeing as there's hundreds where I used to live, so...
Did you ever name any of them?
Not exactly.
Yes. Oh, yes. Oh, my type of humor. Looking Asmodeus face to face and asking if he's aware that his eyes are the color of piss.
Aren't his eyes yellow? My eyes are yellow. You're gonna tell me my eyes look like piss?
Possibly. To be honest, I wouldn't with you. You're not as infuriating.
Not as infuriating, I see. So you're still implying that I'm infuriating.
Only when you're grumpy.
And they're dead. They're gone. Poofed. Nexus stole them.
As I keep saying, I'm trying.
Doing fine. A kid. I don't find you annoying. Grumpy sometimes, yes. Annoying, no. Asmodeus. He actually pisses me off sometimes.
Makes sense.
It's more that, like, how he treats women that really bothers me.
The way that he flirts
You
with
would be
women constantly.
surprised with how he treated Nat back in the day. He was actually apparently quite endearing.
Oh. It's easier.
They say he has a soft spot for things, but sometimes I don't see it, so...
Let me see.
I've known him for a long time, so... I begin to question what is real and what isn't real with him. If it's all just one big game, or he just never wants anyone to ever know what
It's
he's like.
definitely a game.
Yes, but for whom's sake? His? Or everyone else's?
Why not both?
Then I hardly think it's a game at that point.
I mean, he's got you
More just
guessing, doesn't he?
confusion. I don't exactly dwell over these thoughts all too often.
No, but you do dwell. And speaking from experience as someone who likes to play those sorts of games from time to time, that's enough.
My head hurts a little. Too many damn books.
Spending too much time in the library.
Someone has to.
I think the wards are gonna fall.
No, and I hope not. Just gonna get some fresh air.
Alright.
The wards in the
I like my
library.
house, but I can get cramped up every so often. Feel free to join me if you want.
Fair enough.
So it's just happening a bit too quickly. Once again. Random question. If there was a way to keep me here in Aether, rather than being forced back to the Feydark, would you help me on that?
I don't understand the question.
Sorry. I guess you probably didn't see the news, but my Archfey is coming to Aether in the next coming days. And of course, they've been requesting that I return to the Feydark constantly. So they're going to be speaking with Califax about it. And discussions might become heated. Me and Califax already came up with a few possibilities of how I could stay in Aether to at least find a better alternative solution to my Archfays, or the issues I have at the Archfey.
Well, what I will say...
One of them was,
is that,
quite intricate.
You speak as though I know what most of these things are, but if it's a matter of someone magicking you away, then what I will say is that I couldn't even stop myself from being magicked away.
It's not being magicked away, it's a political disagreement. And there's a way to avoid
But then just tell them no and tell them to go fuck off.
Then would have trouble having assassins showing up all the time in Aether and causing conflict of their own.
They can't do anything to you here.
my own courts, so they actually can do quite a lot. Even the protections of Aether go so far.
They physically cannot hurt you.
I am... How do I put it? Even while I'm still a member of the courts, anything with the crystal being consent-wise is forced upon me. I cannot deny my consent if they are to attack me. Because they are still my own courts, and I'm still a part of them. It's quite... It's quite difficult to explain.
That makes no sense.
It's a bit of a curse.
Well, I don't know anything about this curse, but how? Why?
It's just something that was... You think my heterochromia was natural?
No? Do I look stupid?
No, my eyes are naturally blue. Yeah. Well, everyone would assume that my heterochromia is natural, but no. That is the curse.
That doesn't look natural
put upon me by... Especially not with the mana burn scarred around it now.
No, I was going to talk about the specific shape of your pupil is not the same shape. Very clearly something weird happening there, and it doesn't take an expert in
the way
observation.
Asmodeus put it is a goat eye, I guess.
Maybe, I don't know. Regardless, I don't know how to break your curse, and if you can't tell them anything...
It's not a curse that I can break. I'm not asking you to
Well,
help
then
me
what
with
the
that
fuck
regard.
do you want me to do? How am I supposed to help you in this situation? Do you want me to go and tell them to fuck off? Because I can do that, but that's not going to get me anywhere. Because then they'll go, no, fuck you. Whoever you are. I'll gladly tell them to fuck off. But
Never.
I don't really know what you want me to do.
I don't. I want to say it, but I can't say it because...
Do you want me to stab you? Because this will be the second time you've asked me to do that.
I've probably asked you more than twice to either hit me or attack me in any shape or another. And you still haven't done it, so...
3 times, specifically.
I've been counting to 5 now. Several times in Redwall as well, but I'm not gonna count those.
Okay, hitting you is one thing. I'm specifically talking about asking you... Asking me to kill you.
I don't even think I asked you to kill me, unless it was regards to the demon.
I don't know, my sword's right there. I'll do it. I'll do it right now.
Alright. Right, I don't want to sound very dumb when I say this, but...
I'll do it. I'll do it right now.
Okay. No. Alright. Fine, I'll explain. For the solutions that Califax and myself have come up with as ways of keeping me here for a long time solution. One is there's currently a record for the disease that I'm currently undergone. Not contagious. I can already explain that as well. That's trying to be cured.
Are you
by
diseased
doctor
or
and everything
cursed?
else. Both, yes. I have a curse, and I have a disease now. It was brought upon me.
Sorry for allowing me to butt in this. You're diseased, cursed, haunted, a criminal. Anything else you'd like to tell us?
Not a criminal. Oh my god, why does everyone
You have a wanted poster and you walk by it almost every day.
The wanted poster is no longer there!
And you proceed to walk by us too, making us accomplices.
She does have a point. The poster's
The wanted
gone.
poster, they took it down.
Why did you do it? Did you rip it off? Finally figured it was a bad idea to stop parading around it?
No, in fact, everyone else did. I have seen Julian burn it up several times. I've noticed Rayo actually tear it down. Zyra the blacksmith also tore it down. A lot of people around Aether just kind of stopped the assassins from posting it.
I don't think any of them stopped them from posting them. They just stopped
I
it
just
from
kept
being
on
kept up.
destroying. Yes.
I don't know. That's enough to dissuade them, though. That's
So there's the
Weak
disease.
shit.
That's one option, but that would be like a couple of weeks until a cure is made, and then they would return. Option 2, which was brought up by Califax, was a curse of soul binding, where I could soul bind myself to a person or a place or an object here in Aether to keep myself for a long term and have a escape if needed. The third option is something I brought up, which is only specific to my court. And that is if I were to marry someone here in Aether.
well, Sin, you're single.
Yes, that
For
is
the
still
sake
the
of us
case.
both, I'm not going to even remotely say what
you
I'm
mean
thinking.
I mean, Sin is rather handsome.
Just shut up. Fine. If you have something to say, Dusk, say it. You obviously do.
I think I've already said my piece. I don't think there's anything more to say.
You need someone to marry her.
Marry Asmodeus. I'm glad
I'm
I'd be willing
not
to take
marrying
it.
a vampire!
Well, beggars can't be
Why not?
choosers. Jeez.
My thoughts exactly.
Besides, he's
And I
rich.
know he's always looking for more. That too.
He's
Maybe
rich
he also has
off
a
of
castle.
cheap-ass wine.
It's not cheap, I've heard.
Do you
Like
really
300
think
gold.
that cheap-ass wine is the main source
No,
of
I
his
mean
income?
it's cheap as in disgusting.
Do you know every bit of his wine is all the exact same? That's the joke. Well, not even a joke. It's just the way he practices his business.
Yeah.
If it wasn't already obvious.
Oh, I don't know. I've never drank it.
I tried one, and then I tried the other, and then immediately realized they were the same thing. I never said anything, but I realized that point
Just a
about it,
different
never
bottle
spent money
and
there
label
again.
on them.
As he puts it, his father crushes grapes in a alternate dimension and then obviously makes it, so I don't know.
Probably the same dimension where it gets all those fucking bats. Maybe the bats do the crushing. It's bat wine.
Exactly why you should consider marrying him.
No, no.
You know, seeing as this is a potential life or death situation, you are being very picky right now.
But do you want me to choose?
You can choose Asmodeus and save your skin. You don't have to love him. You're doing it because you need basically to get out of this situation. Is that not good enough? Or am I talking nonsense?
He has a point.
I'm giving you a way out, Dusk.
I'm sure if I even approached him with the question,
I don't know, aren't you like nobility somewhere?
I doubt he would even.
That's
Yes,
on the
I'm
poster.
the next archfey in line
You're a
for
part
my
of the
lord,
noble
yes.
court.
Ben, you're already.
Anything he has
You're
all to
already
gain.
his.
I don't even
tie.
think he wants
He
to do
doesn't-
anything with Faye anyway.
Well, just don't tell him. Just tell him
You-
that you're royalty
You
and
don't know that.
just fucking, you know.
You act as if this has to be some sort of permanent connection you're going to have with him, where you have to spend time with him. I don't know how nobility works where you come from, Dust, but from what at least I have learned of nobility, some marry just for the sole sake of title, and they never see each other ever again. And if you're worried about anybody knowing, you could almost literally have it quite in secret. I mean, to be fair, it is
Yeah,
Asmodeus,
yes.
so maybe I am stretching
Yes,
that
eloping.
fact, but...
Eloping is a great thing.
Oh yes, no, you absolutely, and maybe he'd be even more, interested, if it was, you know, a secret lover, you know, you've just been too, bashful to come forward until now, in this moment.
Gonna throw
That you've
up.
harbored secret feelings for this man.
Let's say, what do you value more, Dusk? Your life or your pride?
If it comes to Asmodeus, probably my pride. Don't think you're
Fine then.
very.
Be a dead woman.
Then die.
What?
You already sit with hard choices, Dusk, and we're giving you an answer for one of them. And you only stand to gain from it. As if anyone is going to care that you are married from Asmodeus. Oh no, you're married to a rich, evil vampire. That's so funny.
He has a point.
I'll keep it in mind. Look, I have 2 days until they actually arrive.
2 days isn't exactly a lot of time.
Better hop to it.
To say, if anything, yeah, if you intend to proclaim marriage to him, you might want to do so, because obviously, depending on how finicky your court is, they're going to want proof.
was gonna ask you. Brought up that question. Well, cat's out of the bag. There you go.
Is that why you were asking before?
Sorry?
Is that why you were asking before?
Before what?
Is that why you were asking Julia about Rose?
Yes, it was. I've been asking a lot of people. I asked Sin as well. And John. And Kelly. And now Julia as well.
And what did Julia have to say?
Well, the only advice she gave me was not to get in your way. I already do that a bit too much.
Talia never needed to get in my way. I don't think she ever could. At least.
Yeah, I know it sounds very stupid.
Yeah, it does.
That's what feelings are. They're pretty stupid when they keep them bundled up inside, and then when they all come out, it sounds even dumber.
She was my first and only partner. The reason
I'm
I
not
don't...
trying to take anything away from you.
Yeah. No, I would hope you wouldn't be that stupid.
I didn't want to tell you unless it was actually dire need. My proper reasoning for actually telling you would have been if I actually took a blade for you. If I sacrificed my life to save yours, that's what I would have said it.
You know, I need some air. I'll be outside. complexity. Where's Jules? Wind. Oh my god, wait. That was painful. La la. Right. Wind, have a good night. I guess that's the end of the RP here for me, because, yeah, that is gonna brew.